What's good, y'all? Welcome back to the Playmakers Corner podcast. This is episode 411, and this is your 2024 Week 9 Colorado Girls High School Flag Football recap last week of the regular season, but it's also your playoff preview here. We're going to talk about 5A and 4A, so I'm not going to lie, this is going to be a very long episode. Feel free to use our timestamps and just jump around and whatnot and do what you gotta do there. We'll have those available. But on this episode, we're going to talk about the last week of the regular season. There are some pretty big games that help decide the playoff seedings that are out now, and then we're going to talk about the playoffs. I know at this point when this episode comes out, there's already some games that will be done, a lot of play-in games, but that is okay. We go ahead and myself and Gino predict the next 2 or 3 rounds of the playoffs. So we do all the games leading up to the quarterfinals. We preview every team. We talk about every team and then talk about the matchups ahead of them there. So there you go. Next week, we'll recap all of the games. We should have somebody at all of the playoff games. So, make sure you tune in. I'm just going to be honest, you will not get more detailed coverage of these Colorado Girls High School Flag Football playoffs anywhere else other than here. So, super proud of that, but we'll talk about all that next week. Let's go ahead and hop into these games here. Was I able to go to the Southern Colorado League tournament? I was able to watch 2 games, but I do talk about the whole tournament there. So, let's go ahead and hop into it. All right, now let's go ahead and talk about this semifinal game in the Southern Colorado League Finals tournament here. In the other semi, by the way, TCA played Elizabeth and they won something like 20-6, so they are going to the Southern Colorado League Championship. In this game, we have Doherty versus Vista Ridge here. The winner of this game would go ahead and face TCA. The last time they met, this was kind of a close game. They only lost 7-6 here. A little bit of a sloppy game from both teams in their first matchup, but definitely a game that is very far, like as in almost a whole month ago, over a month ago from the time they played this one. So big game for both teams. The implications are huge. For Vista Ridge, if they win, they get to stay in the top 3. For Doherty here, they really can't afford a loss here. That would almost guarantee them a spot outside the top 10 in the playoffs, or at 10, which is just not as favorable as they would hope so. So definitely some playoff implications, plus bragging rights as well. You want to go to the league championship in your first year, in the very first league championship too. So let's go ahead and get into it here. Vista Ridge, they would start with the ball. Ariana Harris, the senior quarterback, under center on first down. She would go ahead and run a QB dive for about 5. That brings up 2nd and 1. She would then pitch it right here to Brooklyn Kaiser, but it would go for a loss of 1. So now it's 3rd and 2. And then Vista Ridge has to call a timeout at 10:45 here to talk about it, as it looks like there's some misunderstanding. But out of the timeout, 3rd down here, Harris gets a snap and she just runs forward, but she is stopped short by Santi Keys, I believe. For Doherty, she is the junior rusher for them. And so, just like that, Vista Ridge is forced to go 3 and out. Doherty takes over with the 1st and 5 approaching midfield with 10:01 left, and under center for them is Neela Thompson at quarterback, the sophomore for them. On first down, she runs it. Thompson runs it. It goes for no gain. On second, it's a handoff to the fellow sophomore, Isabella Marquez. That's another no gain. On 3rd down here, Thompson, she passes it. Nice little pass here on the drag route to Bridget Duffy, the senior, and it's on the money and gets her in stride. And she goes ahead and gets a nice first down here, a 1st and 11 past midfield. They then call an end around left here to Santi Keys. That gives them another straight first down. This time in the red zone, it's 1st and 18. A handoff to Isabella Marquez makes it 2nd and 15. Then another end around, this time right. The first touch to their star, one of their stars, Alyssa Ramos, makes it 3rd and 12. On 3rd down here, Thompson tries to pass it, but it is deflected, so that brings up 4th down. And then on 4th down, Doherty obviously going for it here in the red zone. It's a low snap, kind of a bad snap. Thompson's just not able to get a handle on it as it does hit the ground before it gets to her. So that's a tough turnover on downs. Vista Ridge takes over with a 1st and 2 with 6:36 left. But on 1st down here, Harris tries to go deep here. This ball just kind of floats in the air, and Isabella Marquez is able to get the easy interception, albeit a little bit low, but she fields this one pretty easily. And so Doherty takes over with a 1st down past midfield. 1st and 11 with 6:27 left. After an incompletion on 1st, it's a handoff to Alyssa Ramos on 2nd. That goes for a couple and makes it 3rd and 8. On 3rd down here, Thompson throws the drag, and it's incomplete, but there is a penalty on Vista Ridge for PI, so that'll give them a 1st down in the red zone, just barely here, 1st and 19. They will then hand it off to Ramos right again here, but this time a penalty will be thrown against Doherty, so now it's 2nd and long. Definitely 2nd and 20 plus at this point. There's an incompletion. Then on 3rd down, well, before 3rd down, there's a false start called on Doherty, so now it's, I want to say 3rd and 34 at this point. They then go ahead and call a reverse, but that's stopped by the star rusher for Vista Ridge, Josadira Gonzalez. And so Doherty is forced to punt here. A lot of penalties against them. 2 penalties against them would kill this drive. And so Vista Ridge takes over with the 1st and 16. 3:49 left. It's still tied here. They go ahead and call a keeper to Harris left. That goes for a couple. Bring up 2nd and 12. Harris then runs forward on this one. She gets maybe 1 yard. On 3rd here, they pitch it left to Kaiser and then call a timeout. She is stopped short, does get some nice yards. It's a 4th and 3 though, with 2:20 left. Out of the timeout, they go ahead and do a hard count. That pulls Doherty offside, so that's an automatic 1st down for Vista Ridge. But on 1st down here, Harris rolls left, and she throws it, but it's just an ill-advised pass off platform here, and Alyssa Ramos easily picks this one off as Doherty takes over with a 1st down and 4, approaching midfield, or no, sorry, not midfield, approaching the red zone with 2:13 left. After an end around to Keys goes for a loss. They do an end around right to Ramos. That goes for 2. So now it's 3rd and 4 here. And on 3rd down, Thompson throws the out route right to Isabella Marquez, who makes a catch, slips a tackle, and then stumbles forward for a 1st down. If she didn't stumble, maybe she would have been able to score on this one. But still a good play as it's now 1st and 10 in the red zone. On 1st down here, last play before the 1st quarter ends, it's a handoff to Keys, but that's stopped for a loss of 5 by Josadira Gonzalez, and so that brings up the 2nd quarter here. Doherty with a 2nd and 15 in the red zone. After an incompletion on 2nd, it's now 3rd here. Ramos goes ahead, gets his end around. She goes for 14, diving for the end zone, but is stopped short here despite reaching out. It's literally 4th and inches. They go ahead and decide to feed the hot hand, and that's Ramos. She gets the handoff, and she dives over the middle here, and that makes it 6-0. They then complete a pass left on the PAT to make it 7-0. Now Vista Ridge, they take over with 10:39 left here, and their first pass almost picked off, but just incomplete there. On 2nd, Harris runs it again here up the middle, but she stopped short, 3rd and short. They then toss it right here, but this play is just read by number 6 of Doherty, Kelly Cepeda, who just does a good job reading this play, and she picks this pitch off and almost returns it for a touchdown, but is stopped short here. And so Doherty with the 1st and 1 in the red zone with 9:02 left. On 1st down here, Thompson throws a quick pass left, but the receiver slips, so it's incomplete. On 2nd, Thompson doesn't see a receiver open after some time and tries to scramble up the middle, reaching out, but she's stopped short. They then call an end around left to Keys, but once again stopped short, / for a small loss here, so it's 4th and 1 instead of inches. On 4th downer, Thompson throws a quick throw to Ramos on the drag, who is just barely stopped short here, so this is a pretty clutch goal line stand by Vista Ridge. It's a turnover on downs, but it is 1st and 19 here as they're backed up on their own end zone, and they basically just called 3 straight handoffs to Kaiser. It doesn't go anywhere. Santi Keys gets a nice stuff on 3rd, so they go 3 and out. Doherty takes over with the 1st and 6 with under 6 minutes left here, but they would also go 3 and out after an incomplete, or after 2 handoffs and an incompletion. Vista Ridge takes over with 3:45 left here, and they're just not really quite able to do too much. They're trying to feed Kaiser the ball here, but they're just not getting a lot of yards. So on fourth down, when they go for it, Harris tries to pass it to Kaiser, I think, and it's knocked away. Like I said, pretty predictable there. Doherty, they take over here with 26 seconds left. It's 1st and 16. It's a handoff to Ramos, but she just does a little bit too much here. Goes left and then tries to cut it back, but she is unfortunately stopped for a safety. So that makes it 7-0, but 7-2 now going here into the third quarter, as there's not enough time for Vista Ridge to pretty much do anything. And so Doherty, they take over to start the third quarter, still up 7-2, but wanting to make it a more comfortable lead. On first down, it's an end around left to Keys that goes for 8 and a first down. On 1st and 18, it's another end around to Keys, but there's a penalty against Doherty, so now that makes it 2nd and long, and that kind of kills his drive as they try to take some shots downfield, but it's just not going well. It is a little bit windy, and I think they're going against the wind here, so that's a turnover on downs eventually here. So Vista Ridge takes over with a first down at 9:33 left. 1st and 2. Approaching midfield here after the punt. A quick throw from Harris to the flat to number 9 for them. That would be Jada Peterson, would give them a first down past midfield, 1st and 19. Then there's an incompletion. On second, it's a handoff to Kaiser left for 5, and that brings up 3rd and 15 here, and Vista Ridge decides to take a timeout here, a delay to avoid a delay of game at 7:30 in a one-score game. It's kind of a tough thing to do here because you do want to keep your timeouts, but they take it here. And out of the timeout on 3rd and 15, they call quarterback run with Ariana Harris, and that goes for a loss. So now it's 4th down and long, and they are forced to punt it. So definitely interesting play call out of that timeout there. Now Doherty, with 6:39 left, takes over with the 1st and 15 here. They call an end around right to Ramos. That makes it 2nd and 10. They then call an end around left to Keys. That makes it 3rd and 11. They then throw the drag route here to number 23, Kylie Cook. Not Kylie Cook. That is Vista Ridge's roster. That's Bridget Duffy there. That gives them a big first down past midfield. A 1st and 10, actually, and some after that. They then call a reverse to Ramos here, and she goes down the right sideline, and she is gone to the house as they go up 13-2 with 4:38 left. Thompson on the PAT just scrambles right up the middle to make it 14-2 here, as Vista Ridge takes over with 4:39 left, trying to get something going here, but like I said, they're just not able to get anything going. A tough false start on 1st and 23. Two false starts, I believe, on 1st and 23 would pretty much kill this drive here, and so they have to punt it. Doherty gets a nice return here, and that's by Lilani Daniels, the junior, to make it 1st and 15, actually, in the red zone. Almost scoring, but not quite. So 11:49 left in the red zone for Doherty. Thompson scrambles up the middle, makes it 2nd and 5. There's then a speed option, which is eventually pitched here to number 4, Isabella Marquez, and she walks it in, but they call Thompson down. And after reviewing the play with my clip, a little questionable, but that's fine. That brings up 3rd down here, and on 3rd down, Thompson throws the out route. It's overthrown, and then that brings up 4th. On 4th, it's, I believe, a screen or a throwback to Ramos, but it goes for no gain, a turnover on downs. Now, Vista Ridge, they take over plenty of time, only down 14-2 with 1st and 14 with 9:50 left, but this offense has not been able to do anything here, and it kind of continues. 1st down, handoff to Kaiser, no gain. 2nd down, handoff to Kaiser again, goes for no gain. 3rd down, handoff to Kaiser. She gets loose, but then there's a penalty against Vista Ridge for flag guarding, so that's 4th and 15. They punt it after 3 straight runs. Doherty takes over with 8:26 left of 1st and 12 here. They're just trying to run out this clock here for the most part. They do throw a quick drag to Keys, but that's stopped for no gain, and so they end up going 3 and out after that drag route was thrown on 3rd. Vista Ridge takes over with 7:10 left here. An end around right gives them a 1st and 17 here, but after that, it's a pitch left, which is stopped for no gain by Alyssa Ramos on second. It's a pitch left to Kaiser that goes for 5, makes it 3rd and 12. And then on third down here, Madison Medlin Wittenborn, the senior linebacker for them, forces an incompletion and forces a punt. And so Doherty, they take over the 4:37 left, really just trying to ice this game here, not a lot of time. And so 1st and 6 off the touchback, hand off to Keys, gives them a nice gain of first down, a 1st and 14, approaching midfield. They then pitch it right to Marquez, that makes it 2nd and 14. And then around left to Keys, makes it 3rd and 4. They then miss a pitch here. It's just off the mark, and so they're forced to punt it with 2:21 left. But at this point, it's probably over. They're up by 2 scores, and so Vista Ridge takes over with about 2 minutes left here. And they're just not able to get much going here. And actually, here's what happens with 1:44 left, 1st and 10 after getting a first down. They throw the ball here, and it's just not to a receiver. It looks like it was a miscommunication, and Santi Keys just jumps this pass, and she returns it to the house to make it 20-2 with 1:32 left. Now, at this point, this game is over. Final score being 21-2 here. Doherty getting a nice win here to move on to the Southern Colorado League Championship versus TCA. Now, no stats as of right now. I'm recording this on October 18th, right after here, but we will provide stats in our 5A recap. But just a tough go for Vista Ridge here. This offense was not getting anything done early on here. To be fair, it was a little windy closer to the beginning of the game, and then there was a weird rain, like hard rain, for like 5 minutes in the fourth while they just had the ball, and then it went away. So they just weren't able to get much going. But even before that rain in the fourth, they weren't able to get much going. They're trying to feed Kaiser the ball. There's some plays she broke it off, but I mean, this Doherty team is just too athletic to rely on one person to run the ball and beat you. So there you go. And to be honest, Doherty had a couple red zone trips that just didn't go anywhere. They had 2 or 3 in the first half that were just empty. And even that, honestly, even that safety probably shouldn't have happened. If Ramos just ran it that way and accepted, the original loss there, then the clock would have ran out and they would have went to half up like 14-2, right? So just not a great game by Vista Ridge. Doherty, not the greatest game out of them, but they made a lot less mistakes. Defense was on point though, which I think you got to feel good about. Offensively, you're still working some things up, a little bit windier and whatnot, and a slight spoiler alert, but going into that championship game, the wind significantly died down in my opinion, and I think that helped them out. But regardless, a big win by Doherty here to move on and at least get a chance at TCA. And then for Vista Ridge, they would end up playing Elizabeth, who they would end up beating. They would actually play them right after. They would beat them a solid 20-6 here. So still getting a good win just to, not hurt their slide too much. Obviously, a loss to Elizabeth would have meant a much deeper slide, but pretty good win over Elizabeth there at the end to end the day for Vista Ridge. But final score of this semifinal, Doherty beats Vista Ridge 21-2. All right, now let's go ahead and talk about the first ever Southern Colorado League Championship here that took place on October 17th, 2024. That's a Thursday here. Both teams playing semifinal games earlier on. TCA taking down Elizabeth and Doherty taking down Vista Ridge going into this game here. This would be the second time, I believe, that they would meet this season. The first time they met, it was a close affair. TCA took that one 19-18 in a well-fought game here. And so going into this game, definitely some playoff implications. Doherty looking to continue to move up here in their rankings before the playoffs start next week. On Tuesday, they were currently ranked at 11. I believe the Vista Ridge win put them at 8, and so this one would only help them here. Even a loss, to be honest, would probably not keep them out of the top 10. So there you go. But still a big game for Doherty. For TCA, that 1 seed is definitely at jeopardy a little bit more if they lose, as Mountain View lost to Valor Christian. And so both of these teams, Mountain View and TCA, share that Valor Christian loss here by a score. So definitely some big implications here. Plus, the bragging rights of being the first ever queens of Southern Colorado girls flag football, which is big time. So let's go ahead and hop into it. TCA will go ahead and start with the ball. On first down, it's a direct snap to Lillian Growth. She goes for a couple. On second down, Peterson tries to throw it over the middle, but it is picked off by number 13, the linebacker for Doherty, Madison Medlin Wittenburn, the senior here, who gets Doherty set up pretty quickly here in the red zone with a first down and 17. On first down here, Neela Thompson in at quarterback. The senior hands it off to fellow senior Alyssa Ramos. She gets about 2. Then there's an end around left to Santi Keys. She gets about 5. And then on third down, Thompson throw it, but it's almost picked off after the ball was tipped at the line. So that brings up fourth down off the incompletion. And on fourth, they go ahead and call an end around here. That goes to Madison Medlin Wittenburn. And then she throws it towards the right corner. So a little sweep pass play here, but it falls into the hands of a Doherty receiver, and it is unfortunately dropped. She was wide open there, so that's kind of tough there. So TCA, they take over with a 1st and 10 with 9:56 left here, avoiding disaster and a score off of that turnover. On first down here, Peterson throws right to Madeline Mork, who toe taps this one in. Mork being a sophomore, fellow sophomore, by the way. Kelsey Peterson also being a sophomore quarterback for them. So that makes it 2nd and 3. On second down, Peterson passes it, but it's knocked away. And then on third down, Peterson tries to go over the middle again. And again, it is intercepted by Madison Medlin Wittenburn by Doherty. The second straight drive resulting in a pick. And so Doherty once more takes over with a red zone, their second red zone trip on their second drive of the day. 1st and 12 with 8:53 left. On first down, Neela Thompson finds Keys here. Neela Thompson, by the way, the sophomore quarterback for Doherty, and she finds Keys to make it 2nd and 7. Following that, it's an end around right to Isabella Marquez, who's ruled short of the touchdown. So now it's 3rd down, but encroachment on the defense will actually make it 3rd down and half the distance. And they just go ahead and hand it off to number 18, the senior Alyssa Ramos, who dives and gets in to make it 6-0. They then go back to Ramos on the PAT, throwing it to her, and she makes it 7-0, this time being able to capitalize on the turnover. Now TCA with 7:37 left here. On first down, Peterson throws it again, and for a 3rd time, it is almost intercepted. Not quite, though, but they do call an illegal forward pass penalty on her, so they burn that down. It's now 2nd and 11. Then it's encroachment, so false start on Doherty. So that's 2nd and 6. They then roll out right and throw it. It's incomplete, so that brings up 3rd down. On 3rd, Peterson rolls out right and finds a freshman here in Brinley Measy to go ahead and make it a 1st down, a 1st and 15. On first down here, Peterson then takes a shot down the left sideline to Reagan Harder, and she brings it in to make it 1st and 17 as this TCA offense is finally getting into a rhythm. Now it's 1st and 17 past midfield. It's a toss right to Lillian Growth. That goes for no gain. Then it's a pass here, but this one is dropped here, so that brings up 3rd. And on 3rd down, Peterson has time to throw it, and she ends up throwing deep, but it kind of feels like more of a throwaway than anything as the pressure almost got there. So it's incomplete. Doherty, or TCA, punts this time instead of it being a turnover, and so Doherty takes over with a 1st and 4 with 4:05 left. Now, after a couple plays, they're not able to get anything going. They are able to get the 1st down thanks to a Neela Thompson run, making it 1st and 14. But after some runs that go for no gain, stopped by Reagan Harder, by the way, and then a tough low snap, making it 3rd and 20. They're just not able to get anything, so they go ahead and punt it. Now, TCA, they take over with the 1st and 9, 114 left. On first down, it's a drop. On second down, it's a pass, and the ball is tipped up in the air, and this time intercepted for a third time by Doherty. This time Alyssa Ramos getting the pick, and so Doherty with the 1st and 15 here past the midfield. About 37 seconds left in this quarter. They go ahead and call an end around right to Ramos, but that's stopped by Reagan Harder, the freshman, for a loss, and now it's 2nd and 20. They then throw the drag to Ramos. That goes for a nice gain of about 12, and so that's where they pick up at the start of the second quarter for Doherty. 3rd and 8 past midfield here. Neela Thompson in at quarterback goes ahead and does a quarterback dive. She gets the first down, putting them in the red zone just barely, but making it 1st and 20. Same play makes it 2nd and 17, and then a same play after that here makes it a 3rd and 17 as it goes for no gain, stopped by Harder once more. They then call a reverse to Santi Keys, but that's stopped for a loss. So now I believe it is 4th down, and on 4th and 15, Thompson rolls out right, and she finds Ramos, but she just kind of runs out of room here, nowhere to go, and so she stops short. That's a turnover on downs. TCA takes over with 9:16 left, a 1st and 12, but this offense is just way out of sync after that 3rd straight interception, and so they end up going 3 and out after a low snap is dropped, after a scramble, and then an incompletion. So Doherty takes over with 7:28 left, 1st and 15, past midfield here. Handoff right to Ramos, that goes for 5. Then they get TCA with a hard count, that makes it 2nd and 5. Then hand it off to Ramos again. She's stopped by Harder once more for no gain. Reagan Harder having a good game so far. They then call an end around to Ramos, who puts a move on the receiver and makes her stop in her tracks, and she is able to get the 1st down. Another red zone trip for Doherty as it's 1st and 18. They then call an end around left to Keys, that makes it 2nd and 15. And then on 2nd and 15 here, Thompson rolls out right and throws it to number 23. That is Bridget Duffy. She gets about 5. So now 3rd and 10 here. Thompson looking to pass. She throws it over the middle, and this pass is jumped by Kate Osborne of TCA, the senior cornerback, and she gets the ball, and she's going down the right sideline. The TCA crowd going crazy as she almost goes to the house, but is just able to be tracked down by Alyssa Ramos, I think, preventing what would be a pick 6 to maybe tie this game. But TCA, they take over for their first red zone trip of the game here. 1st and 15 with 3:58 left. 1st down's an incompletion. On 2nd, Peterson evades the rush, throws towards the right sideline. She has an open receiver, but it's just overthrown here. 3rd down, Peterson feels the pressure, and she throws it again, overthrown. So now it's 4th down, and on 4th, Peterson gets a snap. She's looking, but then she gets sacked by Santi Keys, the junior. A big sack by Doherty to force a turnover on downs. A missed opportunity by TCA with this red zone trip here. Multiple open plays, but just not able to get it there by Peterson, which is just trying to shake off, honestly, the shock of 3 picks, I think, still. And so Doherty, they take over with 2:04 left, 1st and 18. A tough catch by Ramos makes it 1st down. On top of that, there's an illegal contact penalty, so now it's 1st and 6 here. Thompson then runs left for a couple, making it 2nd and 4. And then around to Ramos, who dives for the 1st, makes it almost makes it a 1st down, but a legal contact on Doherty will bring that back, making it 2nd and 10. Keys on the end around right makes it 3rd and 8, and then a reverse this time to Keys. It goes left. She breaks one here for a big gain past midfield. It's now 1st and 6. On 1st down, though, there's a dropped handoff, so it just stays 2nd and 6 here. 2nd and 6 here. Then Thompson, she takes a shot deep down the right sideline, but it's well covered by Reagan Harder, so now it's 3rd down here. And then on 3rd, Thompson rolls out right, tries to throw across her body to Ramos, a little dangerous, but it's incomplete here. So that brings up 4th down, and on 4th, Thompson rolls out right, tries to find Marquez, but it's just thrown a little bit too late here, not able to toe tap this one in. So that's a turnover on downs. TCA takes over with 24 seconds left. 1st and 15 here. Peterson throws right, gets a nice completion. That goes for a short gain. 2nd and 11. They call a timeout at 16 seconds left. Out of the timeout, Peterson rolls out right, finds Ferguson for a gain here, but only 1 yard. So now it's 3rd and 10. TCA calls another timeout left. And so 3rd and 10, Peterson rolls left, avoiding the rush, and then rips one to Harder, who mosses the defender and then burns down the left sideline to the house to make it 7-6 as the clock runs out here in the second quarter. On the untimed PAT here, Peterson throws it over the middle to Brooklyn Blair, and she catches the contested catch to make it 7-7. TCA right back in it here to start the third quarter. A very shaky first quarter by the offense, but seemingly able to basically just shake it off as they tie it going into the third. But Doherty, they will go ahead and receive to start this third quarter and second half. And on this first drive here, looking to use up some clock already, and get some consistent, plays in and whatnot, they are able to get a first down here, thanks to an end around to Keys and then a handoff to Ramos, but it's 1st and 20. They then run it to Thompson, that gets about 3, and then around right to Ramos, goes for a couple, but there's a penalty that brings that one back, illegal block on Doherty, so that makes it 2nd and 20. Then a direct snap to Ramos, she gets about 7 there. Then an end around to Ramos, she gets a nice gain of another 7 or so yards, but she stopped short, so it's 4th and 6. They punt after the first down. So TCA takes over with 9:28 left, a 1st and 6 here, a chance for the first time this game. First time since the first drive this game to take the lead. And so on first down, Peterson checks it down to Ferguson. That gives them a first down here. On 1st and 20 here, Peterson shovel passes it forward to Ferguson. That goes for 3. Peterson then rolls out right and throws it, but it's incomplete here. On third down here, Peterson checks it down to her utility, Lillian Growth, but a diving pull by Medlin Wittenborn, forces a 4th down, and so TCA punts here. And Doherty with a nice return and a holding penalty on top of that takes over with 6:55 left, a 1st and 5 past the midfield on the edge of this red zone. They go ahead and hand it off to Marquez. That gives them a first in the red zone, 1st and 19. On 1st and 19, Thompson with the keeper right gets about 7 there. Thompson then rolls out right and throws it as a receiver, but it's just a little overthrown here. On 3rd down, it's an end around left to Keys. She's not able to break loose here, at least towards the end zone. So it is now 4th and 7. On 4th and 7, they go ahead and hand it off to Ramos, who then tries to throw it, but it is off the mark here. And so turnover on down to another empty trip to the red zone for Doherty. As well, to be fair, this TCA defense is playing them well in there. So it's 1st and 13 for TCA with 4:33 left. On first down, Peterson finds Ryan Ferguson over the middle to make it 2nd and 7. She then goes back to Ferguson after rolling left here. That makes it 3rd and 3. On 3rd down, Peterson completes a tough throw on the rollout right to Brooklyn Blair, who makes a nice contested catch here to make it a key first down, 1st and 13. But then on 1st and 13, Peterson rolls left and throws right, and this one is jumped and intercepted by Alyssa Ramos here as she kind of baited Peterson into this throw, which was just not another good decision here. So 1st and 13 past midfield, 2:49 for Doherty, and an end around left by Keys, stopped by Lauren Pantusa, the freshman for TCA, for a loss of 2 there. They then call another end around, this time to Keys. She makes it 3rd and 12 here. Then on 3rd down, Thompson looking to pass but runs out of room after deciding to scramble. Only gets about 2, so they go a quick 3 and out. So TCA takes over with a 1st and 14, 43 seconds left in the third quarter, still tied here. A quick pass here makes it 2nd and 7. And then on 2nd down, Peterson tries to throw over to the middle, but once again, it is intercepted by Madison Medlin Wittenborn, who stops yet another TCA drive. I believe her 3rd or 2nd pick of the game here in this championship. And so TCA gives up the ball to Doherty, who takes over with the 1st and 5 with 11 seconds left in the third here. They hand it off to Alyssa Ramos, and she punches it in to make it 13-7. Another handoff to Ramos, who tries to bounce it outside, is stopped on the PAT by Lillian Growth. And so TCA takes over with 6 seconds left in the third quarter. And on first down, it's a sack. So not a lot of momentum for TCA, despite it being a one-score game going into the fourth quarter, as this Doherty defense has been on fire. Both defenses actually really playing super well, honestly. And so to start the fourth quarter, it's 2nd and 9 for TCA, and on second down, it is yet another sack here. I believe it's Keys, I want to say, on this one. And so now it's like 3rd and long here, and Peterson, she ends up finding Brooklyn Blair, who makes the diving catch, saving it from being an incompletion. So now it's 4th and 1, and TCA, feeling like they need some momentum here, decides to go for it, even though it's a one-score game, and they run it, and it's stuffed by a number of Doherty defenders. So that's a turnover on downs here, and so Doherty takes over with the 1st and 17 in the red zone, a chance to put the dagger in this one early in the fourth. 10-25, 1st and 17 here. On first down here, Ramos runs right, makes it 2nd and 10. On second down, Thompson goes left, but is stopped for no gain by Lauren Pantusa. That brings up 3rd down here. Thompson checks it down, but it's a quick stop here by number 3 of TCA. That would be Jerica Thompson. So that makes it 4th down, and on 4th down, Thompson throws it, but this time it is intercepted again by Kate Osborne. Not able to get as good of a return this time, but still a big-time interception just to give TCA some sort of momentum here as they stop them. But on first down here, another sack by Santi Keys, a 1st and 3 originally, now makes it 2nd and 7. On second down here, Peterson throws it, but it's a tough incompletion, a tough pass deflection by Doherty to make a 3rd down. On third here, Peterson against pressure rifles one to Brinley Measy to make it a 1st and 17 here, a clutch 1st down here, one that they needed. On 1st down, though, Peterson tries to throw up the seam. It is knocked away, so incomplete. On 2nd, Peterson tries to throw it towards the corner, but it's just overthrown here. On 3rd down, Peterson rolls out right and finds Blair. She gets a couple to make it 4th and 3, so manageable here. And they obviously go for it. And on 4th down, Peterson rolls out left and throws off platform to Brinley Measy, who makes the tough catch to make it 4th and 18. A great pass by Peterson right here, and a good catch by Measy, the freshman. On 1st and 18, they call a hook and ladder to Lillian Growth, but it only goes for 3. A good pull by Doherty here, actually. On 2nd and 15, Peterson checks it down to number 12 here, or sorry, not number 12. That is number 11, Lillian Growth, to make it 3rd and 12. Then on 3rd and 12 here, Peterson throws it, but Ramos makes the diving deflection here, almost getting a diving interception, but forcing a 4th and 12. And on 4th down, they gotta go for it here. Peterson tries to rifle it over the middle, but Alyssa Ramos this time picks it off and ends that drive as Doherty takes over with the 1st and 2, approaching midfield with 2:46 left here. They are already up 13-7. So at this point, they just need a couple 1st downs to ice this game, and then it will be over. So on 1st down, it's a handoff left to Keys. That's stopped by Pantusa for no gain. On 2nd here, it's a handoff left to Ramos, and she goes ahead and makes it a 1st and 20 past midfield. So a key 1st down here as they get past the 2-minute warning, as it's not looking good here for TCA. Then handed off right to Marquez, and she gets a couple, but she does go down with a quick injury. The clock does have to stop at 1:28. She gets up pretty quickly here, but clock still stops here. I think she will be okay. On 2nd and 15, they hand it off to Ramos. She breaks the tackle and then cuts it back and gets a nice gain of 7. TCA calls the timeout at 1:02 left. They then go ahead and do a hard count here. That pulls TCA off sides. It's now 3rd and 3. And then on 3rd and 3, they hand it off to Ramos. She slips a tackle and she gets the 1st down here, as that will give them a key one as the clock begins to run. Doherty runs the ball twice here, but then on third down, Thompson goes left, and she is called with a flag guard. So not only is that a down used by Doherty, it also stops the clock. So it's now 4th and 15 with 6 seconds left here. They go ahead and call a direct snap to Ramos. She tries to run around to use up those 6 seconds, but TCA is able to get her with 1 second left. And so 1 second left here. They're going to be able to take a shot. Peterson drops back, and she throws the corner out. It looks like it's going to go to Reagan Harder, but it is knocked away by Leilani Daniels, the junior here, and that secures them the 13-7 lead as your 2024 and first ever Southern Colorado League champions will be the Doherty Spartans as they take down TCA 13-7. I do want to add one interesting note here. It was Leilani Daniels who unfortunately was on the wrong end of that big time touchdown by Harder. So some redemption here to go ahead and be the one to end this game here for Doherty and TCA. A huge game. Let's go ahead and get into predictions. As of right now, October 18th, there's no stats, but we will get them here soon and talk about them in our recap segment, 5A games recap segment, that is. So make sure you check that out. But, I mean, let's talk about TCA to start, right? Kelsey Peterson did not play a good game, and honestly, it looked like she was rattled at times. But even then, TCA was in it till the end. This defense played well. Kate Osborne got a couple of picks. That first pick she got that put them in the red zone, that should have been an offensive drive that resulted in a touchdown. If they got a touchdown, I think more for momentum than anything, that would get them going just a little bit here. That wouldn't have guaranteed them taking the lead or anything, but it would have given them something, right? It would tie the game, though, which would have been huge for sure. So that's kind of tough. Either tie the game or give them the lead. I can't remember. But like I said, it would have been a big momentum shifter for TCA. And the number of red zone stops they got was big time. This was a defensive slugfest, let's be honest. Both defenses were playing very well here. TCA's defense made some big plays. Doherty's defense made big play after big play. And they did not stand down from the spotlight. But we'll get to them in a minute. Let's continue to talk about TCA here. Yeah, I mean, they battled. They were in a position to win it multiple times. They just couldn't. And so it's tough, but Kelsey Peterson being a younger quarterback and whatnot playing at home, that's a tough spot to be at. A lot of pressure there to win that first title. But, that's regular season. And so this isn't the first tough loss I've seen them take. They also lost to Valor Christian in overtime, where there were a couple interceptions thrown there as well. But I'm just going to be honest with you. I think this game is going to make them so much better and so much more dangerous in the playoffs here. Eventually, you're going to get to a spot where, you got to feel good about where you're at in those 2-minute drills and, tied games and situations with a lot of pressure, because they have been in those high pressure situations against Valor, against Doherty now twice. And even then against Doherty, they split that game against Thunder Ridge and Vista Ridge at the beginning of the season. So this is a battle-hardened TCA team, despite being so young. They aren't graduating too much. They will graduate Kate Osborne, who's a great corner for them. But other than that, Peterson, sophomore, right? That's their quarterback. Reagan Harder, their receiver, who went out for a little bit in the third, I believe, but then would come back pretty soon there. She's a freshman playing receiver and corner. That's huge. You bring back Lillian Groth, Brinley Measy. This TCA team, Lauren Petusa, the rusher, is only a freshman. But yeah, I mean, this TCA team is super young here. Although this game hurts, it is against a 5A team who is now ranked at number 8. And actually, as of today, October 18th, when I just checked these rankings here, the seeding index, let me actually go ahead and refresh this real quick here. TCA was the 1 seed going into this game in 4A. Right now, actually, they have dropped to the 2 seed, which is interesting there. So, tough, but you're still the 2 seed. So that's not that big of a drop for them. So we will see what happens and whatnot moving forward for TCA, but I really do think they'll be fine. Also, I gotta shout out the homie Drew Brown, the starting quarterback for the boys TCA team. He was out there doing the chains. I did not know it was him until like the fourth. I recognized him, but I did not know it was him. So shout out him and all the other boys players coming out and supporting this girls team, as well both TCA teams looking to potentially win a state title in both boys and girls football. So that'll be exciting. Future still bright for TCA. A tough game here, but definitely one where they're going to be able to learn a lot from at the very least. Now for Doherty, this defense was elite. They played elite in this game. Let's just be honest there. High pressure situation. They delivered when they needed. And this tells me a lot because, let's be honest, Valor Christian did not get this many interceptions against TCA. Valor couldn't get that many stops against TCA, to be quite frank here. And that's a good team in 5A. And so for Doherty to get those stops here, as many as they did, that's big time. Obviously, some of it I think might have been Peterson, but this defense was rolling and playing great. When they needed sacks, they got sacks. When they needed picks, they got picks. Flagpoles as well. Didn't have too many big gains. There's that one big one at the end of the second, but it does look like a little bit of a fluke looking back at hindsight right now. And even then, it was still fine. And so this Doherty team, young like TCA as well, but definitely a lot more seniors and upperclassmen contributors for sure, which I think helps them out quite a bit. And they were able to come through and win it. Just honestly, they played with a championship type effort, and they should be proud. On offense, they did have their opportunities. They probably could have won by a couple more scores, but I do kind of feel like that offense is going to come around. They're going to be fine. Either way, this was a big win to secure a spot in the top 10. So we will see what happens moving forward. But big win here, a defensive slugfest. Shout out both teams. It was a great day of football. Final score in the Southern Colorado League Championship, first one by the way. Doherty takes down TCA 13-7. All right, now let's go ahead and talk about all the games that happened in Week 9. Not too many key games outside of the ones I already talked about, but we'll still talk about all of them anyways. I think it's still very interesting regardless. But let's go ahead and start with Tuesday. That would be October 15th. To start, we had Air Academy. They would beat Colorado Springs Christian by 2, getting a safety in the second quarter to eventually win that game. Ellicott would then go ahead and they'd play Coronado, and they would beat them 14-12, a game where that pretty much helps them makes the playoffs right there. No stats for Ellicott, but for Coronado, Ellie LaChance got the majority of the snaps at quarterback. The junior went 11 of 26, 83 yards, 1 touchdown. Keno White, one of their other quarterbacks, went 5 of 7 for 40 yards and a touchdown. Then Sidney Ramirez with 11 receptions, 41 yards and a touchdown. And then Kennedy Berry putting in a lot of work, 17 tackles in this game and a pick, but could not get the win as Ellicott beats them 14-12. Bear Creek would then beat Lakewood 26-15. No stats for Bear Creek, but for Lakewood here, their quarterback Milana Wiles, the sophomore, went 12 of 32, 221 yards, 1 touchdown, 4 picks though. Aaliyah Perea, another sophomore that got very involved, 8 receptions for 162 yards and a touchdown. And then you have Aylin Ikaza, the junior, who had 5 for 54 and a touchdown. And then Caroline Bain, the standout freshman, 4 for 68, but unfortunately falling just short to Bear Creek. Colorado Springs Christian would then beat Coronado 13-0 here. Kenna White getting the majority of the snaps at quarterback, went of 11 of 22, 44 yards, but 4 picks, unfortunately. On defense, Kennedy Berry, another bright spot here with 13 tackles for them and an interception, but not enough to beat Colorado Springs Christian. We then have Arvada West playing Green Mountain. A West winning this one 25-6 here. Sailor Swanson, 33 of 54 for 275 yards yards and 4 touchdowns. Also had 1 rush for 8 yards. Her receiver, Santana Pena, their lead receiver, 11 receptions, 104 yards and a receiving touchdown. Molly Shellpepper, 7 for 61 and a receiving touchdown. Sarah Walker, 6 for 55 and a receiving touchdown. Then Alexis Mays, 6 for 41 and a receiving touchdown, as it was an offensive performance against Green Mountain. For Green Mountain here, Avery Friedman got the majority of the snaps at quarterback, 14 of 19 for 125 yards and 1 touchdown and 1 pick. But you also had Chloe Verbeek, who threw 4 picks and just struggled on the day. The lead receiver was the standout freshman Marissa Van Gilder, who had 2 receptions for 45 yards and a touchdown, but not enough to beat Arvada West. Then we had Legend playing Thunder Ridge, and Thunder Ridge does it again with yet another upset here. No stats for Thunder Ridge, which is super annoying. They're the only playoff team in 5A with no stats. But for Legend, Maddie Smolin, 26 of 50, 207 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 pick here. Spread out the ball pretty well between a couple receivers. You have the senior in Madison Williams, who had 5 for 59. Aizen Corella, 8 for 57 here. Ava Gavi, 4 for 23 and a touchdown, but not enough to beat Thunder Ridge in the last game of the season. Then you had Valor Christian facing off with Mountain View, and this was a close one. Valor, though, beating them 37-35. Faith Prinzo, 26 of 34, 314 yards, 5 touchdowns, 2 picks here. On the ground, they're able to get a lot. Alexis Wood, 4 carries for 87 yards and a touchdown. Prinzo with 69 rushing yards there. The lead receiver for Valor was Savannah Prinzo, who had 11 receptions for 130 yards and 3 receiving touchdowns. Absolutely insane right there. Alexis Wood, 4 for 71 and a touchdown. Savannah Khan, 6 for 63 and a touchdown in that big-time win. Margot Harry, by the way, with 5 sacks, and Sadie Lee with 2 picks on defense. For Mountain View, they came close, but were just short here. Mason Premer, 20 of 33, 244 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 pick. Kendall Finley also getting some passes here, 7 of 9 for 102 yards and 2 touchdowns. Premer had a rushing touchdown. Gwen Marks had a rushing touchdown. Kendall Finley had 2 receiving touchdowns, and then Gwen Marks, 8 receptions, 150 yards and a touchdown, but unfortunately just a little bit too short here. Not too short, but just a little bit too short to Valor in this last game of the season. Denver West would then beat Thomas Jefferson 13-0. Air Academy would then beat Ellicott 7-6 there. And then it looks like that is it for Tuesday. So let's go ahead and move to Wednesday, October 16th. Just a couple games here. A lot of cross classification games. But we have Columbine versus Pomona. Columbine winning this one just barely, 19-17. Their quarterback in Jordan Washington went 16 of 24 for 202 yards, 3 interceptions thrown here, no touchdowns listed. Did have a rushing touchdown though, and that can't be right because they definitely scored a lot, so maybe that's just wrong. Michaela Heineke, 5 receptions for 67 yards. Well, this team did get 4 picks though. Washington with 2 of those, Molly Hawkmuth with 1, and Courtney Brock with 1 as well. And it looks like Hawkmuth and Brock would both score, which is kind of insane considering just considering it all, right? So, and it looks like Brock got a key touchdown to help them win it there against Pomona in a close one, honestly. Arvada West would then play Mullen, and they'd blow them out 42-14 here. Sailor Swanson, 25 of 32, 329 yards, 5 touchdowns, 1 pick. As far as receiving goes, Sarah Walker, 146 yards, 2 touchdowns. Molly Shellpepper, 144 yards and 2 touchdowns. Pena and Alyssa Alberts with 1 each. Then you had Molly Shellpepper with an interception and Aubrey Cespedes with a pick on defense as well as they take down Mullen. We then have Horizon playing Legacy. Horizon wins 20-6 here. Their quarterback for them, that would be Carrington Guevara, the junior, went 8 of 10 for 103 yards, 3 touchdowns to 2 picks. So I guess her 2 incompletions were picks in this one, but still winning relatively big for them. The players on the receiving end of those touchdowns was Madison Vallada, the freshman, Junia Harris, the sophomore, and Emerson Warnock, the junior, for them. On defense, Addison French had 2 sacks, and then Jania Harris with 2 picks. For Legacy here, Not a lot of stats, just in general. Chloe Wilson led in tackles with 10, though, so there you go. Heritage would then beat Ponderosa and shut them out, actually, 26-0. Abby Nichols, 24 of 34, 268 yards, 4 touchdowns, 1 pick, also 78 rushing yards. Avalon Locke Sofferman had herself a day, 7 receptions, 128 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Jillian Taylor, 8 of 87, and a touchdown as well. On the defensive side of the ball, Sophia Pratt, Ryan Taylor, Sophia Escandon, all were tied with 5 tackles each. Pratt and Sydney Wilson, each having an interception as well. For Ponderosa, Mackenzie King, the sophomore, 4 of 16, 129 yards, 2 picks in a tough game there. And that'll do for all the games on Wednesday. On Thursday, all the games that happened were the ones from the SEL League tournament. Make sure you check out that recap that I just put out there. So let's go ahead and move to Friday, where there's only one game. George Washington would play Kennedy, and they'd blow them out 55-0, not super close at all. On Saturday, we had a number of games here. Northfield would go ahead and play Thomas Jefferson, and they would beat them 32-0 there. Tough game for TJ, but for Northfield, Mia Sutton, 26 of 39, 390 yards, 5 touchdowns, 2 picks in a very productive game against Thomas Jefferson. In this game between George Washington and Bruce Randolph, G-Dub wins 43-8. No stats, though, which is very tough there. Rangeview would then beat Vista Peak 32-0. I don't think this really mattered at this point. For Vista Peak, though, Uriah Owens, a sophomore, 26 carries for 231 rushing yards, but could not get a touchdown against them. Then we have Denver West. They would beat Denver North 13-0. Once again, no picks. Manual would beat Kennedy 38-0 for them. Denver South would beat Denver East 54-6. That one would really just not be close at all. And that would basically wrap up the regular season. So there you go. All the games that we wanted to talk about there in the regular season and the last week of the regular season talked about. So that is your Week 9 recap. All right, now let's go ahead and talk about the Week 9 Playmaker of the Week. I think it's very interesting here, but I'm going to pick 2 players from this SEL tournament here. I think it's very deserving, and I'll say why here in a minute. But in 4A, I got to go with TCA's Reagan Harder, even though they did lose to Doherty in that league tournament. I mean, for them to get there still is big time, and Harder still made some plays in that game to keep it close. Most notably, she made that long 43-yard touchdown that got them right into the game. On top of that, she had 7 tackles on defense and a pass deflection. She was a very active flag pulling and just keeping this defense sharp here. And then against Elizabeth, where they actually won here, Harder had a solid game. 2 for 21. Also had 2 sacks there and also 2 hurries, and I believe a pass deflection. So super underrated part of this TCA team, but extremely vital part of this TCA team here. And I thought she played well in those 2 games. And, you know, I think them playing Doherty close and definitely beating Elizabeth as well was good enough to help them maintain that 1 seed in the playoffs. And so that does mean something in my opinion. So your 2024 Week 9 4A Playmaker of the Week is TCA's freshman athlete, Reagan Harder. Now, in 5A, your Week 9 Playmaker of the Week is pretty simple. It's Doherty's senior athlete, Alyssa Ramos. In those 2 games, she balled out and helped Doherty win that first ever league title against Vista Ridge in the semis. 46 rushing yards, 2 rushing touchdowns, 5 tackles, 2 interceptions in the win over Vista Ridge. Against TCA in the conference championship or league championship there, 65 rushing yards, 2 rushing touchdowns, 4 receptions for 26 yards, 4 tackles, and 3 interceptions in that win against them. She had half the picks thrown in that game, so that's definitely big time there, and she's going to be a player that's going to go into these playoffs pretty hot and on fire, so definitely excited to see her play. But your 2024 Week 9 5A Playmaker of the Week is Doherty's senior athlete, Alyssa Ramos. Now, coming up, Gino has your 2024 4A playoff preview for this Colorado girls high school flag football season. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Gino. And then after he talks, it'll be me that's up with the 5A playoff preview.
What is good, y'all? This is Gino with the Playmakers Corner podcast. I want to welcome y'all to the first ever sanctioned girls flag football playoff preview for the 4A classification. I will be going through each team, talking about some key players and their biggest strength, as well as their biggest weakness. After each preview, I'll then talk about the playoff matchup that they have and my prediction as to who might win. Coach V and I have reasons for each pick, so just sit back, relax, and let's talk about some playoff football. We're going to go ahead and start off here with the first round matchups. In our first of the first round matchups, we have the 17-seeded Ellicott facing off against the 16-seeded Denver North. Ellicott has no stats put into Max Prep, so I'm not quite sure who to be looking out for. Their main signature win this season was somehow beating the Southern Colorado League champs Doherty 14-13 in their second game of the season. Outside of that, their only other 4 wins came from beating Vanguard and Coronado twice each. As for Denver North, they don't have any stats put into Max Preps either, so I can't really highlight any players, unfortunately. Their main game that shows me something positive is when they lost by 1 point in overtime to Northfield, who is a playoff team in 5A. My prediction for this one, I have Denver North taking the win here. This really just comes down to North having an overall better season and wins against a wider range of opponents. 4 of Ellicott's 5 wins came against 2 pretty underdeveloped programs, and that Doherty win looks more and more confusing after Doherty just beat TCA to win their league. In this matchup, Coach V also has Denver North winning. He says, I like the depth of this team and the level of comp they got to play in the regular season. Moving on now, we have the 13-seeded Highlands Ranch facing off against the 20-seeded Colorado Springs Christian. For Highlands Ranch, their top player is the junior utility Addison McLeod. She is the catalyst of this offense and one of the best utility players in all of 4A. She is second in the state in rush yards with 750, and then she has 7 rushing touchdowns to go with that. You also have junior safety Tatum Bikulkius. Sorry if I mispronounced that there. She has 9 interceptions. 2 of those came in their upset win over Thunder Ridge. She also had 2 against Legend and 1 against Shap and Heritage. She seems to turn things up against their tougher opponents, and she is also 3rd on the team in flag polls. Next year we have the junior wide receiver Isabella Hawley. Hawley is the Falcons' leading receiver, and she contributes on defense as well. She hasn't played since September 30th, so it will be interesting to see if she will play in their first playoff game. The biggest strength here for this Highlands Ranch squad, I would say it is their run game. The Falcons basically live and die by the run, and with lead receiver Isabella Hawley potentially out for the playoffs, they will have to double down on that fact if they want to win this first round matchup. Their biggest weakness, I would say, is stopping the run as well as their pass rush. The Falcons lost 2 close games to Evergreen and Douglas County because they couldn't stop the run. They also hardly ever get any sacks or pressure on the QB, with a grand total of 7 sacks as a team for the whole season. Yikes. We don't have any stats here for Colorado Springs Christian, so I can't highlight any players, but this is a team that has only beaten Ellicott, Vanguard, and Coronado this season. The only real sign of life that they've shown is that they played Air Academy very close in all 3 games that they played. My prediction for this matchup, I have Highlands Ranch coming away with this win. This is a pretty easy choice considering that Highlands Ranch has at least 1 player that is a true playmaker that they can lean on to win games. The only hope that Colorado Springs Christian has in this game is that they stop the run well against Air Academy, who has an extremely run-heavy offense. I think they could potentially make this one close, but I got to go with Highlands Ranch in this one. Coach V also has Highlands Ranch winning this one. He says, never say never, but I'd be extremely surprised if Colorado Springs Christian wins here. I like McLeod, and this team has beat teams far tougher than Colorado Springs Christian in the regular season. Moving on now, we have the 19-seeded Littleton facing off against the 14th-seeded Manual. For Manual, one of their top players is the junior wide receiver / defensive back, Deja Fox. She is definitely in the conversation for one of the best defensive backs in the state with 12 interceptions, and she is also the team's leading receiver with 300 receiving yards and 4 touchdowns. From there, you also have freshman QB / defensive back Kaylee Walker. She put up 613 rush yards and 7 touchdowns on nearly 10 yards per carry. She also has 8 passing touchdowns, and then defensively here, she put up 8 interceptions and was 3rd on the team in flag pulls. She is a newcomer of the year finalist in our awards, so go ahead and go vote on those. Next year, we have another freshman wide receiver / defensive back, LaKayla Byers. She is 2nd on the team in flag pulls. She has 7 interceptions on the season and is 2nd leading receiver on this offense as well. The biggest strength for this Manual squad is forcing turnovers. There's 27 interceptions on defense between the 3 playmakers that I just listed. Manual clearly has a strength in the secondary here as they seem to get interceptions like it's nothing. The biggest weakness for Manual, I'd say, is their passing game. As young and exciting as Manual is, they have a serious flaw this season, and it is passing the ball. They don't have a QB with more than 700 pass yards, so they are quite limited on that side of the ball. Let's go ahead and talk about Littleton here. The first player I want to highlight is the freshman wide receiver / linebacker, Olivia May. May is 6th in the state in receiving yards and tied for 6th in the state in flag pulls. She had about as productive of a freshman year as you could possibly ask for. Next year we have sophomore defensive back Kiara Wilburn. Sorry if I mispronounced that first name there. She has 10 interceptions on the season and is 4th on the team in flag pulls. Lastly, we have junior utility Ava Martin. Martin is 10th in the state in rush yards with over 500 yards and 3 touchdowns on almost 8 yards per carry. She gives Littleton multiple ways that they can win games on offense. The biggest strength, I would say, for Littleton is multiple options on offense, as I just said. Outside of Olivia May, Littleton does a pretty great job of spreading the ball around to other playmakers to keep opposing teams on their toes. The biggest weakness is that they haven't won any close games. If you look at Littleton's schedule, they either got completely dismantled or they won by a lot. They lost all of their close games, so that worries me a bit going into a contest against a team that is so similarly matched. My prediction in this one, I have Littleton coming away with the win here. Littleton had a much tougher schedule than Manual, with 9 of their 15 games coming against playoff teams, including 3 5A playoff teams. Compare that to Manual, who has only played 6 playoff teams, and only 1 of those against a 5A playoff team, and that being Northfield, who is the last seed in 5A playoffs. Littleton being a little more battle-tested is ultimately why I'm choosing them to win this game. Coach V actually has Manual winning in this one. He says 2 very young teams in this matchup. I would not be surprised if Littleton wins this game, but I like the athletes that Manual has just a little bit more. But this is definitely a potential upset alert game. With that out of the way, let's go ahead and talk about the last of the first round matchups. We have 18-seeded Ponderosa against 15-seeded Thornton. For Thornton, the first player I want to highlight is the sophomore QB Kiana Thompson. She is 5th in 4A in pass yards. She has a 24 touchdowns to 15 interceptions ratio. She is 3rd in the state in passing touchdowns. She has an 11-4 touchdown ratio in her last 5 games, and they are 4-1 in those games. And she is definitely one of the more underrated players here in 4A. You also have athlete Maggie Lee. I don't know if that's Lay or Lee. Lee is tied for 2nd in the state in receiving touchdowns with 13. She is 1st on the team in flag pulls and one of 2 flag pullers on the team with more than 40 flag pulls. She elevates her game against their toughest opponents. She has 8 interceptions on defense on top of being the team's leading flag puller. Lee is definitely a massive, massive contributor here for Thornton. You also have senior athlete Angie Lohr, 8 interceptions, and she is 2nd on the team in flag pulls. She forms a lethal duo in the secondary with Maggie Lee. After that, you have junior rusher Marlene Adekunal. Sorry if I mispronounced that there. 16 sacks on the season. That is good for 4th in the state in 4A. 5 sacks against Horizon. She will be crucial against Ponderosa in forcing turnovers and shutting down drives. The biggest strength for Thornton, I would say, is their passing game. The Trojans have a top 4 passing attack in all of 4A. Kiana Thompson and Maggie Lee are a borderline elite QB wide receiver duo, with Lee catching 13 of Thompson's 24 passing touchdowns. Thompson's completion percentage has slipped below 50% on the season, but that number skyrockets when she's targeting Maggie Lee. The Trojans can definitely make it to the second round if those two are on their game offensively. The biggest weakness, I would say, is the flag pulls. This is not a team that is going to overwhelm you defensively. They've got a couple of players that can make some plays, but there is a steep fall off after the top 3 players on defense. Thornton will need someone to step up on defense if they want any sort of success in the playoffs. Let's go ahead and talk about these Ponderosa Mustangs, shall we? The first player I want to highlight on Ponderosa, we have the senior defensive back, Cameron Smith. Smith is an all-PMC defensive back. She is 3rd in the state in interceptions in 4A with 13. She is 2nd on the team in flagpoles. She had 2 interceptions against Elizabeth, 2 against Legend, 3 against Highlands Ranch, and 2 against Heritage. She will be the biggest X factor against Thornton in stopping their passing attack. After that, you got senior linebacker Keela Kraft. Kraft is 1st on the team in flagpoles. She's one of the main players to look out for when they play Thornton in the first round. From there, you got senior wide receiver Danica King. She is the main offensive contributor for Ponderosa's rather lackluster offense. She has almost double the amount of receptions as the next closest person, and if Ponderosa has any sort of success against Thornton offensively, it will be through Danica King. The biggest strength for Ponderosa is their strength of schedule. Despite being a 4A squad, 10 of the Mustangs' 15 games were against 5A schools, and 7 of those 10 games are playoff teams in 5A. They've had probably the hardest road this season, and their record reflects that fact. They've stayed competitive in most of their 4A games, so I honestly don't think that their record truly reflects how good this team is. The biggest weakness for Ponderosa is their offense. Ponderosa ranks near the bottom in just about every offensive category for teams that have put in stats. The simple fact of the matter is that they scored more than 15 points only twice this season, and they really just don't have that much hope on that side of the ball. My prediction, I have Ponderosa winning in this one. I think that their tough schedule in the regular season has ultimately prepared them for this moment, and that battle-tested mentality will come out here against Thornton. I expect Cameron Smith to be the ultimate X factor in this one. She will be shadowing Maggie Lee all game, and I definitely expect her to get an interception or 2 in that matchup. Thornton is a solid team with a bright future, but like I said, I like the way Ponderosa matches up against them. This should be a close game regardless, though. Looking at Coach V's prediction, he also has Ponderosa winning in this one. He says they have had a rough season, but I like the experience this Pondo team has between Summer League and last year. Their common opponent in Mountain Range was a team both played close. With that out of the way, let's move on to the second round here. In the first of the round 2 matchups, we have number 1 TCA facing off against either number 17 Ellicott or 16 Denver North. The first player I want to highlight on TCA is the sophomore QB Kelsey Peterson. Peterson is an MVP finalist in 4A. She is 1st in passing yards by over 500 yards. She has 40 passing touchdowns, which is 2nd in 4A. She has a gunslinger mentality that makes TCA one of the most explosive offenses in the state, regardless of classification. She can definitely be the one to lead TCA to glory, and she will definitely be an MVP candidate for years to come. After that, you got sophomore wide receiver / defensive back Brooklyn Blair. Blair is 7th in the state in receiving yards, 3rd in the state in receptions. She has 8 touchdown catches, 8 interceptions on defense, and she just turns it up on both sides of the ball in all of their big games. After that, you got freshman athlete Reagan Harder. Harder is 1st on the team and 7th in the state in receiving yards, a ridiculous 33 yards per reception this year, 8 receiving touchdowns, 5 sacks on defense, and Harder is also a 4A Newcomer of the Year finalist. Lastly here, I want to highlight one more player here. We have the senior defensive back, Kate Osborne. 8 interceptions and 11 pass deflections for Osborne. 1st on the team and 6th in the state in flagpoles. She anchors one of the best secondaries in the state. The biggest strength here for TCA is their passing offense and defense. The Titans have both an elite wide receiver room and a phenomenal secondary, which is a lethal combo to say the least. They have veterans in the secondary like Kate Osborne and Jerica Thompson, and then they have exciting young players that will contribute for years to come like Brooklyn Blair. Their receiving core is elite as well, with Brooklyn Blair and Reagan Harder, 2 players that are any QB's dream to throw to. Brooklyn Blair is the go-to receiver to move the sticks, and then they'll stretch things out with Reagan Harder if they want to take a shot. QB Kelsey Peterson has done a great job leading this offense, and it will be cool to see how far they go. Their biggest weakness, I would say, is their pass rush. The Titans are good at just about everything, so if I had to nitpick a hole in their game, I would go with their pass rush. They don't seem too aggressive in that aspect, which obviously is by design. I would like to see them get more pressure on the QB in the playoffs if they want to win it all this year. My prediction, though, I have TCA winning this game. This is a no-brainer. Neither Denver North or Ellicott stand a chance against TCA this early in the playoffs. This will not be a close game, so I'll just leave it at that. For Coach V, he says he has TCA winning as well. He said, I don't believe either team should beat TCA. Denver North will be the bigger threat, though, as they did not play them like they did Ellicott. Let's go ahead and talk about this Denver West versus Air Academy game. Denver West is rocking the 9 seed with Air Academy rocking the 8 seed. The first player I want to recognize on Air Academy is the senior utility Misha Edwards. She was getting fed the ball like crazy when I saw them play against Coronado, and she had a lot of big runs. She's the main player in Air Academy's option-heavy offense. You also have senior wide receiver Raven Wilkins. One thing that stood out to me when I saw the cadets play was their pure speed that they have in their skill groups. Wilkins was a solid option to lean on for Air Academy, especially in the red zone. And then you also have junior rusher Hope Manning. Air Academy has a ton of speed and aggression on their defense. Manning is no exception, as she is one of the top rushers on a team that gets to the QB a ton. Air Academy hasn't put in stats this year, so I don't have stats for those playmakers, but I did get to see them against Coronado, so I know a little bit about them. Their biggest strength, I would say, is their speed. Air Academy is one of the most athletic teams in the state, plain and simple. They will run the ball all over you if you're not getting flag pulls right away, and then defensively you're not going to find a tougher group than this one. Their biggest weakness, I would say, is their predictability on offense. The cadets have a very effective run attack, but there's not much outside of that. They have hardly any pass plays that I saw that show me that they are confident in that aspect of the game. If your team has no problem stopping non-stop options and sweeps, then you'll probably be okay versus Air Academy. For Denver West, they have no stats in, unfortunately, but they have a great 10-5 record. But they've only beat one playoff team this year, and that was Denver North in their last game of the season. They don't do a great job at stopping the run, but they do tend to beat teams that are one-dimensional. They are rocking a 6-game win streak going into playoffs. My prediction, I have Air Academy coming out on top here. I might be insane for picking Air Academy here, but honestly, after looking at how Denver West lost their games, Air Academy could definitely find a way to win this one, as long as their defense is locked in. Air Academy has played in a ton of close games, so they aren't afraid of that happening at all. Denver West's offense isn't exactly super explosive, so I definitely expect Air Academy to shut them down. Air Academy's lack of any sort of competition outside of Southern Colorado is mainly what concerns me in this game, but like I said, I like their chances in this one. Coach V has Denver West winning this one. He says Air Academy is ranked really high in my opinion, and I think West comes out and wins this game. West has been in more games this season, and I think the experience will pay off. That takes us to our next second round matchup, where we have the 5-seeded Green Mountain facing off against the 12-seeded Elizabeth. For Green Mountain, their top player is the senior defensive back Julia Schaefer, one of the top defensive backs in the entire state regardless of classification. She leads all of Colorado regardless of classification in interceptions with 19. She also has 7 special team / defensive touchdowns on the season. I'm not sure which one it is. She is their punt returner, but she also has a ton of picks, so I expect most of those to be pick sixes. And then she is also second on the team in flag pulls, and she is a Defensive Player of the Year finalist, as well as an All-PMC defensive back. After that, you got senior utility Sasha Kalani. Kalani is third in 4A in total touchdowns with 18. She has 11 rushing touchdowns and 7 receiving. She is second on the team in receptions and receiving touchdowns. She's an All-PMC utility and an Offensive Player of the Year finalist. She's the very definition of a utility. Her ability to be impactful in both the pass and run game makes her a lethal option on offense. And then you have freshman wide receiver Marissa Van Gilder. Van Gilder is second in 4A in receiving yards as a freshman. She's tied for second in 4A in receiving touchdowns with 13, 16 yards per reception, and she is an All-PMC wide receiver, newcomer of the year finalist, as well as an Offensive Player of the Year finalist. She's the main culprit for Green Mountain's aggressive passing attack. Lastly here, I want to highlight the senior rusher Caitlin Hurdle. Hurdle is tied for 5th in the state in sacks with 15. She had 2 sacks in 4 out of her last 5 games, which is just insane. She will be a huge part of Green Mountain's success in the playoffs. The biggest strength here for Green Mountain, I would say, is their aggressiveness on both sides of the ball. One thing about Green Mountain is that they are not afraid to go for big plays. Their defense is built around forcing turnovers and taking advantage of mistakes, and their offense is a high-flying but balanced attack. They tend to feed Sasha Kalani a ton before spreading it downfield to Marissa Van Gilder or Kara Harris. Their biggest weakness, I'd say, is the quarterback position. It is hard to be too excited about a team when their QB has a 1 touchdown to 17 interception ratio in just their last 4 games. Chloe Verbeek is not afraid to sling the ball at all, but that can definitely work to their detriment sometimes. Like against Chatfield when they only lost by 1 point, but Verbeek threw 3 picks and no touchdowns in that game. They definitely tend to rely on Sasha Kalani to be the one to ultimately lead the team, but you have to be able to pass the ball effectively if you want to be a championship team. Let's go ahead and talk about Elizabeth now. Their first player I want to highlight is the senior rusher, Sofia Angulo Alfaro. Alfaro has 15 sacks, which is tied for 5th in 4A on the season. She is first on the team in flagpoles. She is the anchor of this Elizabeth defense. If she is having a bad game, then so is the rest of this defense. You also have senior defensive back Tia Vernon. She has 9 interceptions and 19 pass deflections. She tends to feed off of Sofia Angulo Alfaro, forcing bad passes and then getting interceptions that way. Lastly here, you have the freshman athlete Olivia Nelson. Nelson is 2nd on the team in flagpoles and 4th on the team in receptions and receiving yards. Her height is a big factor for the Elizabeth defense over the middle. She could definitely develop into Elizabeth's best player in a year or 2. The biggest strength for Elizabeth is getting pressure on the QB. Sofia Angulo Alfaro's impact is so huge for this Elizabeth defense. They don't have a very high-powered offense, so it has been Angulo Alfaro's efforts on defense that has definitely won them a few games. Any success Elizabeth has on defense can most likely be traced back to her making plays. Their biggest weakness, I'd say, is just offense. Elizabeth is simply not a super exciting offensive team. They rely a lot on splash plays and their defense to put them in good positions to score. They don't have a stellar pass game or a utility that they can look for to move the sticks, so it's a lot of low-scoring games for the Cardinals. 3 of their losses came to Vista Ridge, and it's hard to be too excited about them when they can't win even 1 of those games. My prediction in this one, I have Green Mountain coming out on top here. I am very high on Green Mountain. They have so many playmakers scattering the field that it is hard to try and expose even one part of their game. They should go very far in this tournament as long as they can limit turnovers and play good defense. Elizabeth is simply not there yet offensively for me to pick them to beat a team like Green Mountain. As for Coach V, he has Green Mountain winning this game as well. He says, having seen Elizabeth play multiple times, as well as Green Mountain, I just don't think their defense matches up well with the weapons that Green Mountain has. So that takes us to the 4-seeded Mullen game versus either 13-seeded Highlands Ranch or 20-seeded Colorado Springs Christian. Mullen's top players, first off, we have the sophomore linebacker Sarah Garner. Garner is 5th in the state and 2nd in 4A in flagpoles. She has 14 sacks. She's an all-PMC linebacker as well as an MVP and Defensive Playmaker of the Year finalist. Garner is one of the best defensive players in the state regardless of position, classification, or graduation year. She has an uncanny ability of getting in the backfield and shutting down plays before they even have a pulse. Garner plays with a passion and intensity that any college coach would be grateful to have on their defense. After that, you have another linebacker here. We have the senior Zuni Jones. Sorry if I mispronounced that there. Jones is 5th in 4A in flagpoles. She also has 14 sacks. She's an all-PMC linebacker and a Defensive Player of the Year finalist. She and Sarah Garner are what make Mullen such a headache to face. Jones is another expert at flagpoling, and similar to Sarah Garner, she can be a phenomenal rusher with 14 sacks on the season. Let's go ahead and talk about the junior QB, Steffi Thomas. Thomas is 5th in 4A in rushing yards. She has the 4th most total touchdowns out of all QBs in 4A. Thomas's dual threat ability adds another layer to this Mullen offense, and it is a big reason as to why they have the 4 seed. The biggest strength here for Mullen is their linebacker/pass rush. One of Mullen's biggest advantages that they have is that they have 3 different rushers that they can send at any time in any combination that they want. That has to be so fun as a defensive coordinator to be able to have Zuni Jones, Sarah Garner, and Emily Anderson all on your defense at one time. I mean, having 3 different players with 12 or more sacks is just flat out crazy. Their biggest weakness, I would say, is their offensive play calling and execution. One thing that really stood out to me when I watched Mullen was their lack of creativity in offensive play calling and a lack of execution in the red zone. I saw them have 2 interceptions in the opposing team's red zone, and they didn't score a single point off of it. They simply have to try and get Steffi Thomas out on the move so that she has the opportunity to run or pass. And then from there, you got to call plays that don't have her throwing across her body the whole game. Mullen will be fine if they can just play to their offensive playmakers' strengths. My prediction, I have Mullen winning here. This one is a bit of a no-brainer. Neither Colorado Springs Christian or Highlands Ranch has any business making it a close game against Mullen. This will be a swift first-round win before having to face Green Mountain in the quarterfinals. Coach V also has Mullen winning here. He says, this Mullen defense is plenty capable to take care of whoever comes out of this round. They will be hungry as well to get into playoff football. Let's talk about this next game here, where we have 3-seeded Vista Ridge against either 19-seeded Littleton or 14-seeded Manual. The first player I want to highlight out of Vista Ridge is Josie Gonzalez. Gonzalez is tied for 3rd in the entire state in sacks with 31. She is first on the team in flagpoles. She's an all-PMC rusher and a Defensive Player of the Year finalist. Gonzalez is one of the quickest rushers in the state, and she can take over games single-handedly for one of the top defenses in 4A. Next year, you have the senior utility/linebacker Brooklyn Kaiser. Kaiser is 2nd in 4A in rush yards, tied for 4th in the state in interceptions, and she is 3rd on the team in flagpoles. Kaiser is the main contributor for Vista Ridge on offense by a long shot. Her 800 rush yards are by far the biggest output of any Vista Ridge offensive player. She's also a ball hawk defensively with 10 interceptions. After that, you have the sophomore wide receiver/defensive back, Ashley Guiao. Sorry for mispronouncing that name there. Guiao is 1st on the team in receiving yards and receptions. She's also 5th on the team in tackles. And has 6 interceptions and 18 pass deflections on defense. Vista Ridge contains an extremely good secondary, and Ashley Guiao is a huge part of that. Their biggest strength, I would say, is their pass rush and their secondary. Vista Ridge has no shortage of playmakers on defense. Aside from the 3 playmakers I named earlier, you also have Addison Verana, who's 2nd on the team in flagpoles and has 8 interceptions on the season, as well as Kristen Quinn, who's quietly racked up 14 sacks on the season. The biggest weakness here for Vista Ridge is their offensive output. While the defense might be explosive and great, this offense certainly leaves something left to be desired. They are an option-heavy offense and run the ball more than most teams, and that definitely puts a ceiling as far as their postseason success goes. They've also played a ton of Southern Colorado schools and aren't as familiar with the pass-heavy offenses that are seen in the schools up north. My prediction here, I have Vista Ridge winning this one. I have no doubt that Vista Ridge can win versus either Manual or Littleton. I trust their defense to take them to the quarterfinals, but any success after that is completely up in the air. Coach V also has Vista Ridge. He says, I think their depth is better than either. Plus, add in a couple more days of rest, this Vista Ridge team will be fresh and ready to play. Their defense can cause issues for either squad, while I think their offense can do enough to take care of the ball. Moving on now, we have 11-seeded Dakota Ridge versus 6-seeded George Washington. The first player I want to highlight on Dakota Ridge is the sophomore rusher Emery Bowman. Bowman is tied for 2nd in the entire state in sacks with 32. She is 4th in the state in flagpoles, and she is a Defensive Player of the Year finalist as well as an all-PMC rusher. Emery Bowman is Dakota Ridge's heart and soul of the defense. She gets double sack games no matter who they are facing, and she is a fantastic flag puller on top of that. She is a straight-up nightmare matchup for any team to face. After that, you got senior wide receiver Kate Barbick. Barbick is 4th in 4A in receiving yards, and she has 10 receiving touchdowns. She is by far the leading receiver on the team with over 30 receptions and over 500 yards separating her from the next best receiver on the team. You also have senior QB Addie Orr. Orr is 6th in the state in rush yards. She has over 1,000 passing yards with an 11-7 touchdown to interception ratio. She is not a very good passer, but she can get it done with her feet if the arm isn't working well. Lastly, I got the junior defensive back, Grace Klepper. Klepper has 7 interceptions and a ridiculous 37 pass deflections on the season. She is a key part of this defense, and she holds down the secondary while Emery Bowman does work in the front lines. The biggest strength here for Dakota Ridge, I would say, is rushing the QB and just rushing the ball on offense. Emery Bowman is a ferocious pass rusher that gives Dakota Ridge a chance against almost any 4A squad. They use an option and sweep heavy offense that looks to move the sticks and tire the other team out. Both of these work to their advantage to win games. The biggest weakness, I would say, is definitely passing the ball. It is extremely rare that a run-heavy offense like Dakota Ridge has any success outside of a few nice regular season games. This style of play doesn't translate well against the better teams in the state, so they definitely have a ceiling on their potential success. As for George Washington, they have no stats, so I cannot highlight any players. They have played pretty much all Denver schools, and they are rocking a 10-2 league record and a 10-4 overall record. My prediction of this one, I have Dakota Ridge coming out on top here. The only time George Washington faced a team with a defensive player as good as Emery Bowman was against Mullen earlier in the year, and they lost by over 30 points. I believe that Bowman is going to neutralize George Washington's offense and give them a big chance to win by 2 or more scores. In our second to last of the second round matchups, we have number 7 Pomona versus number 10 Evergreen. The first player I want to highlight on Pomona is junior QB Jay Cordova. Cordova is one of the fastest players in the classification. She is the ultimate improviser and playmaker for Pomona, with her ability to be able to create plays out of seemingly nothing. She is also a very experienced player, having played in the Final Four of last year's flag football playoffs. After that, you got senior wide receiver / defensive back Emily Abeda. Abeda leads the team in receiving yards and receiving touchdowns, as well as 9 interceptions on defense, and then she is second on the team in flag pulls. Abeda does it all for Pomona, and she is a key piece of their success on both sides of the ball. I also want to highlight senior wide receiver / rusher Timberly Martinez. Martinez has 12 sacks on defense, which leads the team, and then she is third on the team in receptions. She stepped in and played QB in their wins over Dakota Ridge and Littleton as well. The biggest strength for Pomona is their experience. Several of these players were a part of that Final Four team from the 2023 season, and that is a massive reason why they were the preseason favorites to win state in 4A. This will be their biggest advantage going into playoffs. They also had by far the toughest schedule in all of 4A, so that can definitely help them out here early on in the postseason. Their biggest weakness is their size. This is a very quick team, but that is a byproduct of being one of the shortest teams in the entire state. They struggle immensely in the red zone against taller teams because it is so difficult to try and score without a decent red zone or jump ball threat. Let's go ahead and talk about Evergreen now. The first player I want to highlight is the senior QB, Addison McKeevers. McKeevers is second in the entire state in rush yards and one of only 3 players with over 1,000 rush yards. She has the most rushing touchdowns in the entire state with 19, and she's also third in 4A in passing yards. McKeevers is also a most valuable Playmaker finalist in our awards. McKeevers is an absolute workhorse for Evergreen on offense. She can run all over you, and then she can sling it when she needs to. After that, you have the sophomore 5'10" wide receiver, Ellie Bunning. Bunning is first in 4A in receiving yards and receptions. She has 8 touchdowns, and over 700 yards separates her from the next closest receiver on Evergreen. She's an all-PMC wide receiver as well as an Offensive Player of the Year finalist. On defense, you have the sophomore rusher, Lila Willoughby. Willoughby is third in 4A in sacks with 18. She is also third on the team in flag pulls. Lila holds down this Evergreen defense with her ability to disrupt the opposing QB. The biggest strength for Evergreen, I would say, is Addison McKeevers and Ellie Bunning's chemistry. Those two are the main reasons why Evergreen wins any of their games. Bunning is a 5'10" wide receiver that allows McKeevers to throw it when she wants to, and then of course McKeevers is one of the best runners in all of 4A. The biggest weakness for this team is that they're pretty top heavy. If Addison McKeevers is getting locked down, then they will lose, and the same goes for Ellie Bunning and Lila Willoughby. It's a little scary that they don't really have much to lean on outside of these three exceptional playmakers. My prediction in this one, I am going to go with Evergreen. I am making the shocking decision of choosing Evergreen over the much more experienced Pomona here in round 2. I feel like Pomona has no one that can match up well with Ellie Bunning, and Evergreen is just going to take advantage of that mismatch all game. Pomona has fast rushers and safeties to keep Addison McKeevers on her toes, but luckily she has a tremendous running ability that allows her to potentially negate that problem. Coach V has Pomona winning in this one. He says this is one of the toughest matchups in the first round this year. Their first matchup was competitive, and it's a shame that only one can move on after this round. I like Pomona in this scenario. They're a team that went to the semis last year, and they have the experience to battle it out in close games. This can really go either way, though. And that takes us to the final game in the second round here, where we have the 2-seeded Mountain View Lions facing off against either Ponderosa or Thornton. The first player I want to highlight on Mountain View is the sophomore QB Mason Premer. Premer's 51 total touchdowns is the most in 4A this year, and she also possesses a 43-7 touchdown to interception ratio, as well as a 62% completion percentage, and that makes for a 118.2 rating, which is by far the best in all of 4A. She has the most total yards in 4A as well, and she is an All-PMC QB, as well as an MVP finalist. Premer is quite easily the best QB in 4A. She runs that offense perfectly, and she is a massive reason why Mountain View won their first 14 games of the season. After that, we got to talk about the senior wide receiver / linebacker, Gwyn Marks. Marks has the most receiving touchdowns in 4A with 15. She has the most total touchdowns outside of quarterbacks with 21, and she is third in the state in receiving yards. She is an All-PMC wide receiver, as well as an Offensive Player of the Year finalist. Marks has been electric for Mountain View as the top target for the best quarterback in the classification. From there, you got the senior wide receiver / defensive back, Kendall Finley. Finley is tied for second in 4A in interceptions with 14. And then on top of that, she has 400 receiving yards and 12 touchdowns on offense. She is an All-PMC athlete. Finley is an elite 2A player and a huge contributor on both sides for the Lions. The Lions' biggest strength, I would say, is their talent. This is probably the most talented team in all of 4A, with them pulling from several different Northern Colorado high schools, since a lot of those schools haven't started programs yet. This is obviously a huge advantage this season, and they have not taken it for granted. If I had to choose a weakness for the squad, it would be their pass rush. They don't have a rusher with double-digit sacks, and I think that's the only thing I can find that would be a negative about this team. My prediction in this matchup, believe it or not, I'm going to go with Mountain View. I don't really have anything to say here besides that obviously Mountain View is going to win this second round matchup. As for Coach V, he also has Mountain View. Surprise, surprise. He says they should definitely take care of business this round. I don't foresee them running into any issues this early in the playoffs. Now, let's go ahead and talk about these quarterfinal games that we think are going to happen. For my quarterfinals, I have number 1 TCA facing off against 8-seeded Air Academy, and I have TCA winning in this game. Air Academy is just the definition of one-dimensional on offense, and they just can't compete with a juggernaut like TCA. They need to work on their pass game for next year and be more ready for games like this, because option-heavy offenses simply just don't win you championships in girls flag football. In that matchup, Simon actually has TCA versus Denver West, and he has TCA winning in this one. He says Air Academy could definitely be the other team to come out of this round to face TCA, but either way, I'm rolling with TCA. It would just take a sloppy performance for them not to win. In the number 5 Green Mountain versus number 4 Mullen game, I have Green Mountain coming out on top here. I'm going with Green Mountain here because they have more playoff experience than Mullen, and I expect Julia Schaefer to completely turn this game on its head with an interception or two. I love Mullen's defense and their height at receiver, but ultimately I think that they just don't match up super well against a team like Green Mountain that always plays like they have nothing to lose. Both teams have the playmakers on defense to make this a close game, but I ultimately trust Green Mountain to prevail in this matchup. Simon also has Green Mountain versus Mullen in this quarterfinal, and he has Green Mountain winning as well. He says, this is a quarterfinal that I'm very confident will happen out of all the ones in these playoffs. Both teams have excellent athletes that force a lot of turnovers and have big playability. I will have to go with Green Mountain, though, who is the more experienced team, and I think when it comes down to it, they have a number of options on offense to look for. I could definitely see it swing Mullen's way if they're able to capitalize on turnovers, which Green Mountain is very prone to, but that would be assuming this Green Mountain team can't match up with Mullen's scheme. This should be a very good game with a lot of talent, and I definitely agree with him there. But let's go ahead and talk about this next one here, where we have number 3 Vista Ridge versus number 11 Dakota Ridge. My prediction here is that Vista Ridge wins this one. I think that this one will be close, but at the end of the day, I think that Vista Ridge has the tools defensively to get this win. Dakota Ridge has a run-heavy offensive scheme just like Vista Ridge, so pass rushers Josie Gonzalez and Emery Bowman are going to have to try and find a way to contribute in other ways besides getting sacks. Those are the 2 leaders in sacks in 4A, so we have plenty to look out for in this matchup. Vista Ridge has played in a lot of close games before, and I think that will definitely help them get this win. Simon actually has Dakota Ridge coming out on top in this one, pulling off the upset. He says, while this Vista Ridge team has come a long way since the start of the season and has played good football for a year 1 program, I don't know how far they'll make it. I feel the same way about Dakota Ridge, who I last saw blew out Lakewood and has since played a number of talented 4A teams close. This Dakota Ridge team has been tested more than Vista Ridge, and that's why I'll give them the slight edge. Low-key, both teams are very similar schematically and have good athletes on both sides of the ball. So I wouldn't be surprised if Vista wins, but for now I'm going with Dakota Ridge. Some very good points there from Coach V. In our last of the quarterfinal potential matchups, we have the number 2 seeded Mountain View facing off against Evergreen. I am going to go with Mountain View here. I just don't think that there's any way that they can possibly lose this early. I love what Evergreen has for themselves, but honestly, I just think they're too top-heavy and just not deep enough to beat a team as stacked as Mountain View. Now, as for Coach V, he has Mountain View versus Pomona in this matchup instead of Evergreen, and he has Mountain View coming out on top. He says, having seen both play, I think unfortunately Mountain View just matches up really well against who Pomona will line up across from them. They are also just a deeper team and have a couple different players that they can utilize. Pomona would need to play their best game of the season to knock off the favorite to win it all. And that, folks, will do it here in the first ever sanctioned playoff preview for Colorado girls flag football in the 4A classification. This is Gino with the Playmakers Corner podcast, and I want to thank you all for listening, and I will catch you all on Saturday for round 2 of the playoffs. Peace out.
All right, y'all, Coach V here, and I got your 5A playoff preview. Should be some fun here. So at the time I'm recording this, by the way, it is October 21st, 2024 here. This will come out October 23rd. I apologize. I know some play-in games would have already been played. I think, I guess only one game would already be played by then. And then the rest will be played later today when this episode comes out. So there you go. But it is what it is. Let's go ahead and talk about the bracket here. So let's start with the play-in games here, aka the first round. So on October 22nd, there's one game here between number 15 Grandview, number 18 Columbine. The winner of that game will go ahead and play Arvada West on Saturday. So there you go, Arvada West being the 2 seed. And moving on to some of these other games here, we have number 16 Horizon playing number 17 Regis on Wednesday. The winner of that game would play Mountain Vista at Trailblazer Stadium on Saturday. Then our second game, or third game here, we have Chatfield, number 13 Chatfield versus number 20 Arapahoe. The winner of that game would face Cherry Creek, who is the 4th seed, by the way, over at Trailblazer on Saturday. And then last but not least, we have number 14 Ralston Valley facing number 19 Northfield. The winner of that game will play the 3 seed, that is Valor Christian. So there you go there. Now let me go through the rest of this bracket here. And actually, I'm just going to do an overview. So our 1 seed is Mountain Vista. Like I said, they'll be playing the winner of that Horizon and Regis Jesuit game. Then they have Thunder Ridge. We have number 8 Thunder Ridge versus number 9 Denver South. They're on that Mountain Vista side there. Then we have Cherry Creek. They will be playing that winner of the Chatfield Arapahoe game. And then on the other side there, you have Legend versus Heritage. The winner of that one will play the winner of Creek versus Arapahoe/Chatfield. Moving on here, we have Arvada West as the 2 seed here. Like I said, winner of that Grandview Columbine game gets to play them. Then we have number 7 Doherty versus number 10 Douglas County. Winner of that game would go play the winner of that A West game. Then at number 3, we have Valor Christian. The winner of that one will play the winner of Ralston Valley Northfield. And on the other side, you have number 6 Chaparral versus number 11 North Glen. Winner of that one will play whoever wins that Valor game there. So there you go. That is our 2024 Colorado Girls High School Flag Football bracket, just to review. But let's go ahead and get into the matchups here, starting in round 1. We're going to make predictions here and talk about each team as we go. And yeah, I have my predictions, and then I'll also read off Gino's predictions. But let's go ahead and start with Regis Jesuit versus Horizon here. 2 very interesting teams. Let's talk about Regis. They are coming into this playoffs at 7-8, but they've played some tough teams here. They played Heritage, who they lost to 12-0. Valor Christian only lost to 18-13. Thunder Ridge was kind of a tough loss, 20-0. But they would beat a Chatfield, 8-2, right? Then lost to Chap, which is a good team. Lost to Douglas County by only 2. Got blown out by Mountain Vista, who's the 1 seed. Same with Legend, a top seed there. So a couple tough losses, but like I said, they have some solid wins. Chatfield, that's a solid win there. Highlands Ranch and Grandview, both teams who are making the playoffs in 5A and 4A as well. Same with Ponderosa at the end of the season. This team, I feel like, is very defensive minded. I think that's honestly the strength of this team. You know, this is a defense that'll get turnovers and, you know, keep some games relatively close. You look at some of these games that they even lost, like the Rock Canyon game, they only scored 21 in that one. In the Douglas County game, they only scored 2, so not even an offensive touchdown there. Against Chap, that's kind of one that got away with them. They did score 26 though, but Valor only allowed 18 while scoring 13. Heritage only 12. Those are teams that have solid offenses, good offenses that are productive, and they were kind of able to battle some of that here. But, you know, this defense is led by a lot of great athletes, a lot of younger athletes, I kind of feel, at least up front. Jasmine Lugo and Keely Graff, those are the 2 freshmen to really keep an eye on here. Both super productive as their top 2 leading tacklers. Lugo with 32 sacks, by the way. Keely Graff with 53 flag pulls on the year. Lugo, I think, is one of the sack leaders in the entire state, and she's just a freshman. Super productive, had a great game against Mountain Vista where she got 6, so she's going to get after the quarterback. Keely Graff, super productive as well. But then you also have some upperclassmen, some seniors, really, like Ariel Sandoval Reed, who has 42 tackles, as well as 4 picks on the season. You have Nala Barnes, who has 10 interceptions on the season. Catherine Yuri with another 7 picks here. So this is a defense that is very productive, at least from a statistical standpoint there. Now on offense, they've had some times where they've just struggled to get going. They played 2 quarterbacks, or they played mostly 2 quarterbacks this season, but I think for sure they're going to go with the junior here in Delaney Sitzman. On the year, 1,103 yards, 9 touchdowns to 17 picks for the junior. You also have Nala Barnes, who threw for 1,101 yards, 14 touchdowns to 11 picks. So not the most efficient numbers there. But, you know, not the worst either, right? So that's definitely something to keep an eye on. Now, as far as receivers goes, they've had some productive ones. Catherine Yuri has led with 608 receiving yards, 9 touchdowns. But then you have 2 freshmen once more here in Caitlin Bueller and Ava Keene, I believe, who are also putting up nice numbers. Both have over 50 receptions and over 400 yards and a couple of touchdowns. So while this team has some talent here. I do feel like they are very young, specifically on the offensive side of the ball, and that has put them into some tough situations where they haven't been able to keep up as much in the past. So I would definitely say the strength of this team lies in their defense. Now, talking about Horizon here, going into the playoffs, they are an 11-4 so far. Some close losses, some losses I want to talk about here actually. They're pretty quality ones. They lost to Legend 21-12 just a couple weeks ago. That's a close game right there. Same with North Glen 16-6. Just to name a few there. But then they've also beat some solid teams, right? They were able to beat Pomona 19-6. That's a good team in Forest. Same with G-Dub. Kind of closer though, 13-6 there. But then they've also suffered some tough losses like Ralston Valley 34-0 and Mountain View 33-0. Those were earlier on in the season, so I'm not as concerned. They have definitely improved as the season went on. After that Mountain View loss, they went on like a 7-game winning streak, and then they lost 2 in a row, which weren't, doesn't look like bad losses on paper to a North Glen and a Legend there. And then they would end the season with, 2 more wins, only allowing 12 points in those games here. So this defense can be very good too. Offensively, we'll see. But let's get to the stats here, highlight some players for sure. Let's actually start on the defensive side of the ball, starting with their sophomore here, Genia Harris. She's their lead tackler with 50 tackles, but you also have senior Whitmarsh, Andrea Whitmarsh, right behind her with 49. Looks like Horizon has employed pretty good carousel of rushers here, which is what you want. You want some depth, but they are led by Addison French, who has 19 sacks. But then you also have the freshman Madison Villada, who has 6 sacks. You have Riley, the senior, Carissa Riley, who has 6 sacks. You have Whitmarsh again with 5, Gomez with 4, Moorbach with 4. So they have combined for 58 sacks on the year. So it's a very productive group. They got some depth over there, and I think that says a lot. Now in the secondary here, Harris, that sophomore I mentioned earlier, she had 11 picks here, doing a very good job for them. The next closest is the senior Gomez and the sophomore Gutierrez with 5 and 4 respectively. So not too bad there. This is more of a defense that has gotten stops, played really good football and whatnot. Now offensively, maybe not the most explosive offense. They have been productive though. Just looking at the passing yards here, sophomore quarterback Sophia DeAnne has 429 passing yards, 6 touchdowns to 3 picks on the year. You also have Guevara, the junior, who has some passing touchdowns and picks, only 4-2 though. But it looks like they rely a lot on Shea Padilla, their junior utility player, who has 745 yards and 10 touchdowns on 72 carries, by the way. You also have the sophomore behind Padilla in Riley Grove, who has 29 carries for 268 yards and a touchdown. And then as far as receiving goes, they've spread it out pretty well here. Holly, the sophomore, and Harris, both sophomores, each have over 300 yards and 5 to 6 touchdowns each. Padilla with 3. So not like, and I don't know, maybe they have some incomplete stats as well. That might be it too. But, I would also say this team has relied maybe a little bit more on the defensive side of the ball when it has come down to it. And, they've been productive. Just looking at those rushing stats there, they have been able to get after the quarterback, and they've used different players to do that as well. Also, now that I'm looking at these box scores, I feel like maybe they didn't put in all their passing stats. So that's interesting for sure. But still, though, with a utility player with that much production, you kind of got to think that they're going to rely on her a lot regardless. So we'll see what happens here. But talking about this matchup, let's go ahead and get into predictions here. Let me go ahead and give Gino's prediction, but he's going to go with Regis Jesuit in this first game. He says Horizon has a much better record, but I'm going to go with the team that has more playoff experience, or at least experience against playoff teams, and that's the Regis Jesuit Raiders. Neither of these teams are going to blow you away offensively, but I trust that Regis's pass rush and defensive front to disrupt Horizon's flow on offense, to create turnovers, and especially eventually win this game. So there you go there. I'm also probably going to have to go with Regis as well. I think their defense is a little bit better, while Horizon does have a little bit of a deeper rushing group here. Regis's secondary is very good as well. They're going to come up, they're going to make plays. And I think this is a secondary too that could definitely score as well. It's not going to be the best looking game, I'm going to be honest with you, or most entertaining game. This is definitely going to be a defensive slugfest. And so with that being said, I would not be surprised if Horizon won either. This is definitely one of those games that could be a 6-0 type game. So there you go there. Now, moving on here, we have number 13 Chatfield versus Arapahoe. This should definitely be a very interesting game here. Both teams we are very familiar with for sure here. Let's go ahead and start with Chatfield, actually. So this is one of the oldest programs, girls flag football programs in the state. Has been around since year one. Obviously, in year one, in case you didn't know, they did win state over Arvada West last year. I want to say they got bounced in the quarters against a pretty solid Ralston Valley team, though. So there you go. And then a lot of these players, including their coach in Ross Holt, we've seen a lot in Summer League or other things as well. So there you go. But looking at this Chatfield team, let's go ahead and look at the record, actually. Right now, they are 7-8 here. They've played some pretty tough teams, from Green Mountain to Creek to Regis, Valor. They've played Arapahoe before, which we'll talk later. Arvada West, Ralston, Chap, Valor again, Green Mountain, Thunder Ridge. They've almost played, now that I'm looking at the schedule, I think all of the teams they've played except for two are playoff teams in either 5A or 4A. So Eagle Crest is one of those that is not a playoff team. They blew them out 33-0. And then the other one was Lakewood, who they beat 72-6 here. I was not able to watch that game, but I was able to hear it as I was in the field right over. So there you go there. But they have a lot of playoff experience, not from just the last couple seasons, but just playing all these playoff teams. Let's talk about some key wins here, though. They beat Green Mountain 26-12 and 13-12 near the end of the season here. They also beat Arapahoe 18-12, but here, let me move on. Beat Ralston 26-18, that's big. Evergreen 60-12, so some big wins there. As far as the losses go, lost to Creek. I was at that game 33-16. They just couldn't quite get anything going offensively, at least consistently, to start that game, and just fell behind there. So there you go. The Columbine game was kind of weird. I was there. I did not watch the whole thing, but one of our guys did, and it just did not look super put together. It might have just been an off day, though, so there you go. They've also lost to Valor 27-8, Arvada West 41-0, Chap in a really close one, though, which I feel like says a lot, 25-21, Valor 34-19, Thunder Ridge 20-19 here. Now, some of these games are games where they have scored in the fourth to make it appear a little bit closer, but still, though, this is a team with a lot of talent, right? Now, looking at the first matchup they had with Arapahoe, I was not able to watch this whole game, but I did catch, I want to say, part of the second and like the first drive of the third here, and saw them really go on the run. In this game, they did win 18-12. They went up pretty early here, and then Arapahoe kind of made it a closer game as it went on. But it was a solid game for them. Their quarterback, McClellan, went 13 of 18 for 116 yards and a touchdown. C.D. Goodwin also got in there, 8 of 14, 86 yards and a touchdown there. Ducky Archuleta was playing very well, had 5 for 38 and a touchdown. Jaden Lodice, 4 for 47 and a touchdown in that game, where it kind of felt like they had a solid handle on the game. I wouldn't say a great handle. It was definitely closer. It was definitely closer than some would expect for sure here, but it was a solid handle on the game for the most part. Now, talking about this roster, I think experience is their greatest strength here across the board. A lot of seniors and whatnot. And so let's just talk about all of them. Really, let's talk about two specifically here. Starting with number 1, Melanie Archuleta, aka Ducky, one of the best players in the entire state, a great two-way player. Has, I think, the most offers out of anybody in the entire state here, and will be playing some college flag football, which we're super excited about. And congrats to her. She knows how much love we have for her and her family over there. But she's just a football player, is what it is, plain and simple here on the year, playing in that center/utility receiver spot. She caught 83 receptions for 665 yards and 7 touchdowns. One of those was against Arapahoe as well. On defense, she is arguably the heart and soul of the squad as well. Had 73 tackles, also 6 picks. And, she's playing linebacker, so it's not like... I don't know. That's pretty good, honestly. And sorry, not 73 tackles, I think is what I said. So second on this team in flag pulls, and then 6 picks. That is second in interceptions as well. For a linebacker, I think that is excellent. She has great instincts. She knows the game well. She's going to be able to control this game and make an impact no matter if you're winning or losing. That's just what it's going to be with her. The other player that I want to mention here real quick here, who I know has an offer as well, I believe from Kansas Wesleyan, if I'm not mistaken, but that's Caitlin Dennis. She is a great athlete as well, running back, rusher, all that stuff. I probably consider her impact a little bit more as a rusher, but she's very productive on offense. 335 rushing yards, 5 rushing touchdowns, also 210 receiving yards and a touchdown there. Defensively, 29 tackles, 9 sacks, 13 hurries. Just a great athlete, super quick. They're going to use her in a bunch of different ways, and she's going to do a lot for you as well. A very smart player, a player that we were able to watch a lot in the summer league. So there you go there. And so those are the 2 players that have the most offers, but then you have a whole bunch of other players. I'm talking Taryn Binion. I'm talking Ellie Buck as well here. Actually, sorry, let me start with the seniors, and then I'll get to Ellie Buck and all them here in a minute. But you got Taryn Binion, who is their lead tackler, 5'11", right? Wide receiver, linebacker as well. At receiver, 28 receptions, 328 yards and a touchdown. Also 75 pulls on defense and 4 interceptions. This is a very tall defense, in my opinion, so they make it tough to throw it over the middle, especially when they have a good rotation of rushers as well. They're going to apply a lot of pressure, and then defensively, there's just going to be windows that aren't open. That's just what it is. So there you go there. Talking about more seniors, though, we have Alexis McClellan, their quarterback, and Jaden Lodice, one of their, used as a receiver as well here, but could do a lot of things, throw the ball and whatnot as well. But McClellan on the year, 1,939 yards, 24 touchdowns to 10 picks. Lodice, 626 receiving yards and 10 receiving touchdowns on the year. Also 164 rushing yards and a touchdown. They could definitely use her a little bit more there. We'll see. Lodice also 254 passing yards, 1 touchdown to 3 picks. So like I said, just used in a lot of different places here. They have ran some 2 quarterback sets. That has gotten some teams, I'm not going to lie. So there you go there. Just wanted to make sure I mentioned all of the seniors, all the ones that I can so far. Now talking about the defensive side of the ball, there's some younger players that are very much involved here. I have 2 sophomores specifically that I want to mention in Kendall Hollenkamp and Ellie Buck here. Let's start with Ellie Buck because I already mentioned her before. 5'8", might be a little bit taller than that. I don't know. Maybe I'm just tripping. But 5'8" for them. She's their interception leader, playing a lot of safety as well. 9 interceptions on the year. 16 pass deflections, also 14 tackles. She is somebody that capitalizes on other people's mistakes, especially with this defense that's super smart. They talk a lot. They could give you a bunch of different looks. She is also a very underrated issue for them. I think moving forward, after this season, she's going to be much bigger of a threat, but even this year, she's a huge threat. Like I said, 9 picks here, a very tall, rangy safety that's going to be able to cover a lot for them and cause some mismatches and allow this defense to do a lot of different things up front. Then you also have Kendall Holenkamp here. I believe she is their sack leader with 13 sacks, also 40 tackles, a key part of that rotation that they have over there. I don't think I was able, she did get 2 tackles against Creek, so I was able to see a little bit of her, but probably not her best game there. And so this defense is very good offensively. You know, they got some producers as well spread around the ball. They could do a bunch of different things over there. Sadie Goodwin is one I haven't mentioned yet, but she's got some passing attempts, 850 passing yards, 5 touchdowns, 3 picks. Also 272 rushing yards, 539 receiving yards. She does it all here. I mean, this is a Chatfield team that is very versatile. Add on the fact that they have a lot of experience here. They have some good leadership. Even their sophomores, you know, they got some good football knowledge and IQ. They're very experienced here. This is kind of a tough team to face in the first round. But let's talk about Arapahoe here, which I think is pretty much the exact opposite. Almost the exact opposite as this team. You got a lot of younger players here. This is a first-year program, so none of these players have played really before this season. And so let's start with the offensive side of the ball. They have the quarterback, Whitney Folger. On the year, has had an up-and-down year, 1,857 passing yards, 30 touchdowns to 29 picks, which is a lot. Also has 557 rushing yards and 3 rushing touchdowns. Most of those are just scrambles, I believe, there. Receiving-wise, Alexa LaDuff is probably their top receiver, 69 receptions for 690 yards, 10 touchdowns. You also have Taylor Bradley, just a sophomore, who's right behind her with 62 receptions for 659 yards and 11 touchdowns. You have Lizzie Padilla, a junior, with 38 for 230 and 5 there. So a solid receiving core there as well, but definitely some turnovers being a little bit of an issue over there for this offense, as they are still very young here, but have shown some potential throughout the season. Now, defensively, I think this is definitely their strength here. Lizzie Padilla, the junior, leads with 113 tacklers. I believe she's also one of the top tacklers in the entire state, which is big time there. You also have one of the lone seniors for this Arapahoe team. That's Hannah Cadwalder, who has 81 tackles and has been super productive there. Izzy Usagani, a freshman corner who has been very good, and I think is just a very good cornerback for them that matches up well with a lot of different receivers. Still very young, so inexperienced for sure, but has a lot of potential. Sacks-wise, Taylor Bradley's their lead sack leader with 5. You have Kelly with 3, Jacob with 3, Goddard with 2. No one who really stands out. They've only had 20 sacks on the year for them. But in the secondary, they're pretty tough here. Hannah Cadwalder leads with 9 interceptions. You have Alexa LaDuff, who we've seen have some great performances. She has 8 interceptions. Lizzie Padilla with 5. Izzy Usagani with 4. So they're very productive as far as picks go. Now, I just realized I did not talk about their schedule at all, but they are also 7-8 with Chatfield. Very up and down season. They won their first 2, beat Heritage in overtime in a game that we saw. Then lost a tough one to Columbine, 21-14. Lost 2 more tough ones to Chapin, Mountain View after that. They would beat Islands Ranch, then lose to Chatfield, go into double OT with Mullen in kind of a controversial game there. Lose to Overland, beat Cherokee Trail, lose to Grandview, beat Smoky Hill, lose big to Cherry Creek, and then win their last 2. So very up and down. I do not believe they've won more than 2 games in a row. And considering they're on a 2-game winning streak, I don't know if you're superstitious or if you care much about that stuff. That may or may not be an issue. So we'll see about that. But like I said, a very young team, first-year head coach, first-year program. So that is kind of to be expected here. In your first season, honestly. But a lot of potential here. I think their quarterback is a player who can win them some tough games, but could also lose you some tough games as well. Like I said, 30 touchdowns to 29 picks. relatively productive, but you want to see that be cleaned up a little bit more in the playoffs. That is definitely something that will be a bigger deal here. You just can't be turning over the ball like that. Defensively, though, their secondary is very good. When it comes to the rushing attack, you could probably be a little bit better as far as statistical production goes, but I think their strength is definitely in the secondary, so boom. Now, let's go ahead and get to the predictions here. Let me go with Gino's here. He's going with Arapahoe. He says Arapahoe has been very hot and cold this season, and the same goes for Chatfield. I trust Arapahoe to avenge their 6-point loss against Chatfield by doing what they do best, and that is getting turnovers on defense. It really depends on if they can limit turnovers on offense for them to win the game. So, there you go there. I am going to go with Chatfield here. I think they have a lot of experience, and honestly, I'd be really surprised if that experience doesn't pay off in the playoffs where it counts. This is a team that has made a run. A lot of those players were part of that run. So for Chatfield, they have the seniority and the leadership. They have a lot of great athletes. I think they're, as far as height goes and physically imposing goes, they're definitely bigger than Arapahoe across the board, and that should probably cause some issues for sure. Now, I don't think Arapahoe is just going to turn over and whatnot. I think they're going to fight back, and honestly, that could be an advantage for Arapahoe because this is a squad that's going to mostly come back for these Warriors. For Chatfield, you're losing a lot after this season, and so to lose in the first round I think would be very surprising here. I think they find a way to go ahead and get it done. It may not be the prettiest, I'm not gonna lie, but they're gonna find a way. They're gonna find a way to get it done and move on to the next round here. I think they have too much talent and experience not to. So there you go. But moving on here, let's go ahead and get to the next matchup in the first round. We have Northfield versus Ralston Valley. Let's go ahead and preview these two teams here real quick. Let's start with Ralston Valley, a team that we're probably more familiar with than Northfield. Or actually, let's start with Northfield. This is a team that we're not as familiar with, so it'll be good to talk about them first. So, on the season here, 10-4 here, but I wouldn't say the toughest schedule for sure. They actually played Ralston Valley at the very beginning of the season where they lost 44-0. So that's not great. But after that game, they would go on a pretty crazy winning streak. I want to say 6-game winning streak, beating Vista Peak, Rangeview, Denver West, Lincoln, Bruce Randolph, and Kennedy before losing to G-Dub 26-22 in a close one. That's a playoff team though. And then they would beat Denver North 21-20 in a close one before losing close ones to Manual and Denver South, both playoff teams. I do think though that their most impressive win was near the end of the season where they beat North Glen 12-6, who does have some talent. So there you go there. But let's go ahead and talk about this Northfield team here and talk about some stats for sure. But let's go ahead and start with quarterback, which is an interesting position for them in my opinion. But we have Ali Garcia, the junior, who is statistically the lead passer. She passed for 1,812 yards, 20 touchdowns to 24 picks, though. Mia Sutton, I know, has got some playing time as well at quarterback. She's a senior. She has thrown for 560 yards, 8 touchdowns to 4 picks, which is a little bit more efficient there, I may add. But Garcia, though, does have some nice rushing stats here, 484 yards and 4 touchdowns. As far as receiving goes, their lead receiver is Caroline Cummings here, who has 41 receptions for 782 yards and 12 receiving touchdowns, being super productive and definitely their lead player over there. Then you have seniors Lawrence, Puckett, Sweeney, all behind her with 390, 369, and 290 receiving yards respectively. So, this is a team that can pass the ball a little bit. I think efficiency, it does vary for sure, but they can pass the ball for sure. Now, defensively, their junior, Anna Baseman, she is their lead tackler with 50. Right behind her, though, is fellow senior Erickson for them, who has 49 tackles. Freya Erickson for them, who has 49 tackles there. Erickson is also, I believe, she's their rusher, I want to say. She has to be the rusher. She has 17 sacks on the season, which is pretty productive. You also have Smith Ramos and Baseman with 6 sacks right behind her, so that's pretty good here. But as far as picks go, not the most out of any team here. You have Liliana Archuleta, who leads with only 5 here. Baseman with 4. Caroline Cummings with 2. So there you go there, but they have won some close games here. I do think they lean a little bit more offensively, but I think it is worth saying that they haven't played the greatest talent. I think the only team in the top 10 in 5A that they played was Ralston Valley, who was top 10 very early on in the season, who they lost to by a lot, and then Denver South, who they lost to 20-8, and North Glen, I think, was in consideration, who they did beat 12-6, so who knows what happens next. But let's go ahead and talk about Ralston Valley here, who has been a very interesting team, now sitting at 7-8. Started the season on fire with blowouts over Northfield, Horizon, and Cherokee Trail. Then they lost a tough one to Cherry Creek. They got a lot of turnovers, but just couldn't get anything going on offense. They lost 19-8. Then lost 2 more tough ones that we were able to see against Arvada West and Valor Christian, 30-14, then 26-0 respectively. They then took care of business against Lakewood, who they beat 62-0, but then lost a tough one to Chatfield, 26-18. But on that same day, they would beat Columbine in overtime, 31-25. So very interesting there. Some other key games, they would also play Green Mountain, who they lost to by 6. They would beat Evergreen 14-0, and then they lost to Mountain Vista 48-21. So a very interesting squad here, but let's go ahead and talk about some of the key contributors, and I think we got to go ahead and start with their defensive player, honestly probably the MVP of this team, and that is Carmen Johnson, the senior, the honey badger for Ralston Valley. Got to see her play in Summer League quite a bit here, and she's been a stud, and I believe just got an offer to Kansas Wesleyan a bit ago, so congrats to her. But this season she's been great for them despite a quarterback change, which we'll talk about in a minute. She's been their lead receiver with 72 receptions, 933 yards, and 15 receiving touchdowns. On defense, though, she is super productive. 42 tackles, 6 interceptions, and 32 pass deflections. Just playing great football out there is really what it is. She has led this team through the season, through their ups and downs here, and chances are she's going to be a playmaker going into this game here. Now, another senior, and they're on the defensive side of the ball, but I want to mention them real quick here, is Gracie Hodgson. She's listed at wide receiver DB, but I could have swore she played linebacker, so maybe I'm just wrong and was not paying attention. But on defense, she's their lead tackler with 121 tackles. That's up there in the state. Also has 2 sacks, but does have 3 picks and 4 pass deflections. Super productive and a good flag puller for them. They also have Izzy Bussey, who's right behind them with 73 tackles, 73 pulls there. She does play linebacker for them, or is listed for them at linebacker. Also has 485 receiving yards and 6 touchdowns, but has 73 tackles, a pick, 22 pass deflections. They are very productive. I think that number, 73 tackles, would probably be number 1 on a lot of other teams. So just throwing that out there. They also have players like senior, I believe, Riley De Jesus, who has 58 tackles there as well here. So they got some experience over there for sure, even though they are just a second-year program. Now, you also have some other players who have been very good and have contributed a lot here. The freshman standout for them, Shelby Colosimo. Let's talk about her defensive impact first here, but she's been an absolute star for them on defense. On defense, has 38 tackles, but is their lead sack leader with 18, and considering this is a team that lost one of the rushers in the rotation, she has really stepped up and has taken on a big role as probably their most productive rusher over there. 18 sacks, 43 hurries, which is insane. But she also contributes on offense for them. 175 rushing yards, a touchdown. Also have 43 receptions for 549 receiving yards and 11 receiving touchdowns. I think As far as receiving yards go, she is currently third, and then she's second in receiving touchdowns, but doing a great job for them. So a playmaker that you definitely got to look out for. And there's a lot of playmakers, honestly, that you got to look out for. Let me go ahead and mention some of these other rushers that they have as well. You have Savvy Doherty. She's a sophomore, has 9 sacks here. So she's done her thing for them. Now at DB, you have Ashlyn Callahan, safety for them. She is just a junior, but extremely productive for this team. She has been an absolute menace out there. Now, she's also been really productive on the offensive side of the ball, but I want to talk defense first before we do that, because on defense, has 49 tackles, leads the team with 14 picks. That's up there as far as interception leaders in the state goes. Also 24 pass deflections. She is somebody that if you throw her way, she's going to pick it off probably 8 times out of 10, if I had to be honest there. She's just very good over there, has great ball skills. Against Cherry Creek, she had 3 interceptions in that insane game, and is just an absolute ball hawk, holds it down on that back end there. Now on offense here, she's also a pretty solid contributor and good receiver for them. I believe she's their second leading receiver. Let me just double check here. Yep, she is, with 727 receiving yards, 8 receiving touchdowns on 55 receptions. They do hand off the ball to her a little bit on some sweeps and some end arounds, so she has went for 331 rushing yards and 2 touchdowns. Just a great athlete for them, honestly, and that's absolutely big time for this team, that defensively, when they're locked in, they are really tough to stop. Good secondary, solid rotation of rushers, productive linebackers, which I think is very important there. And they cause a lot of issues for a lot of teams on defense. Also, I want to mention Emma O'Connor real quick here. I think she's very underrated. She is a junior for them, has 53 tackles and 6 picks on the season. Super underrated, so just look out for her. Also 504 receiving yards and 3 touchdowns, so there you go there. I think this Ralston Valley defense is pretty solid, but on offense, that is kind of where we've seen the most struggles here when they've lost to contenders, and I'm thinking more so like when they've lost to Arvada West, Cherry Creek, Valor Christian, Mountain Vista. This offense has had some struggles at times, while the defense hasn't played bad, and it got to an interesting point this season where it looked like they made a quarterback change. At first, I wasn't sure how permanent it was, and honestly, I still don't know how permanent it is. Maybe they change. Maybe they just ride the hot hand here, but I'm just looking at these stats, and I don't think it changes here moving forward. But they started Zoe Zoll to start the season. She's a senior for them, started last year. Against Northfield, she absolutely ripped them up. 24 of 28, 379 passing yards, 5 touchdowns, also 28 rushing yards. Could not do no wrong here. I mean, in those first 3 games, threw 14 touchdowns to 0 picks, and then something crazy like over 600 or 700 passing yards. And then she kind of had her struggles against Creek, 4 interceptions in that one. Against A West, a little bit better, right? 19 of 25, but to only 2 touchdowns there. Definitely some things that they left on the board. Against Valor, though, had 2 interceptions in that game, no touchdowns, which is tough here. And then in the last game that she played in against Grandview, where they lost 11 of 24, 94 yards, 1 touchdown, 3 picks. Only had 3 rushing yards, and that was a 26-6 loss. That was September 30th when she last played quarterback, or at least logged stats in for quarterback, which is tough. And then it appears that they made a change here, and they went with Kaylin Corcus, the junior quarterback for them. She had some passing attempts throughout these games that even Zoe Zoll played in. In that Grandview game, she went 10 of 19. For 60 yards and 2 picks, so it's not like she played excellent either in that game either. I mean, both teams struggled, but it looks like she would then start against Arvada West, which is a tough, first start, I think. And, she was all right. 24 of 37, 294 yards, 2 touchdowns, no picks. It's kind of what you want when you play a team like Arvada West that's very well coached over there. And then they played Green Mountain, and it was a little... it was all right. That same day, went 25 of 41, 201 yards, 3 touchdowns to 3 picks. So, definitely could have been a little bit better, I guess. So there you go, but not like that they were completely out of it. Then they played Evergreen, went 19 of 30 for 145 yards, 1 touchdown to 2 picks, had 23 rushing yards. That's a game they won, though, 14-0. And then they played Mountain Vista, who they lost to 48-21. She won 30 of 49, 326 yards, 2 touchdowns, 3 picks here. But it does look like she's gotten the majority of the starts the last couple weeks here, which I think is very interesting because I don't think Zoe Zoll is hurt either, because she has logged more stats on defense since then. 2 tackles against Evergreen, 2 against Mountain Vista. She's logged a couple hurries in here as well. She had 2 picks against Legacy, by the way. A pick against Columbine, pass deflection against Arvada West. So interesting. And I say that because when you look at Ralston Valley stats, here's how it looks from the outside. Just looking at stats, though, for Zoe Zoll, she's their leading passer. 2,704 passing yards, 38 touchdowns to 11 interceptions. Then you have Kaylin Corcus, 1,248 yards, 10 touchdowns to 12 picks here. And then Zoll also has 216 rushing yards, but it does look like they've went with Corcus these last couple games. Can that change for this Northfield game? Absolutely here. And I think that could be very interesting to see who they go with moving forward. Now, let's go ahead and get into predictions. Let's start with Gino. He is going to go with Ralston Valley. He said these 2 teams played earlier at the start of the year, and Ralston won 44-0. I know Ralston has definitely cooled off since their hot start to the season, but this is a team with college talent, and I expect them to take care of business in this game at least. And I kind of got to agree. It's really hard to argue with the 44-0 win over Northfield. Whoever you start at quarterback, I think is going to be able to be successful, because regardless, this defense I think is better than their offense. And this is a defense that could also score as well and cause some issues. And so even if it's not the prettiest game, I still give Ralston Valley the edge here. And I think they have a lot of talent at receiver, at quarterback. I think either could beat this team. And so that's no disrespect to Northfield. That's just kind of how I see it at this moment. And so I think at the very least, they should beat Northfield here. Northfield, I think for them to win, they got to get turnovers, and then they got to capitalize off of those. Either score on defense, or you got to score when you have a short field. I don't know if I love their chances when it comes to putting together consistent long drives. If they can, that's great, but I think most likely you got to work with the short field. So we'll see what happens there. All right, moving on, let's talk about Grandview versus Columbine. Also previewing these 2 teams here. Start with Grandview, 8-7. Had some tough games throughout this season against playoff opponents here, and then, had some good games as well. It would start out with a 6-0 loss to Regis, then against Chap only losing 18-0, same with Legend only 20-6, and then lose by a lot to Mountain Vista 35-7, Thunder Ridge 34-20. Would bounce back just barely though with the win over Eagle Crest, and then blow out Cherokee Trail 37-6. Lose a close one to Bullen 18-13 before blowing out Arapaho 37-13, as well as Ralston Valley 26-6 here. Their last key game that they lost was Cherry Creek, who they lost to 40-6 here. But, they've had some ups and downs here. They've definitely had more wins in the last month or last couple weeks or so as they've been rolling. That 4-game losing streak was tough, but in hindsight, those are really good teams in Chap, Legend, Mountain Vista, and Thunder Ridge. So there you go there. Now, talking about this team here, let's start with the defensive side of the ball, actually, which I think is probably their biggest strength. But number 4, Aya Awada here is their lead tackler with 86 tackles, just being super productive there and making it happen. You also have senior for them, that is Sadie Perry, right behind her with 67 tackles. Their lead rusher, I believe, is Raina Caldwell, who has 10 sacks. So not a lot of sacks, though, because the next closest is a senior who has 3, and then a freshman in Risa yeah, I believe that's Risa Cox is how you say it, who only has 2, so not a lot of pressure over there. But in the secondary, they have made some noise here. Brooke Sullivan, the sophomore for them, has been big time. 16 interceptions, near the top here in the state when it comes to picks. Sadie Perry also has 8 picks, which is big time. Altogether, this team has 37 picks, which is absolutely insane. The secondary putting in some work there and making the most out of what the front 7 is doing. Now on offense here, their quarterback is sophomore Brooke Sullivan. And yes, that is the player with 16 interceptions on defense. But on offense, super productive, or relatively productive. I believe this is her first year starting. But 1,515 yards, 11 touchdowns, 12 picks. Also has 272 rushing yards and 7 rushing touchdowns. It's obvious that she is a good athlete for them, but definitely a little raw, a little inexperienced at this point right now. And you can kind of tell because they do run the ball kind of a lot, I feel like. Senior for them, that is Kenzie Dodd, is their most productive player here with 718 rushing yards, 5 touchdowns. Senior Goodgain also has 290 rushing yards and 3 touchdowns. And then you have another senior in Monk Saikon, I want to say, who also has 209 yards and 3 touchdowns. So that's 4 players with over 200 rushing yards and a couple of touchdowns there. Goodgain is their lead receiver with 680 yards and 5 touchdowns, followed by Sadie Perry, who has 352 and 2 touchdowns. So an interesting team for sure. We'll see how the season goes. They've definitely gotten stronger here. Their wins over Arapahoe, Ralston Valley, and Overland were definitely big time. They could have also beat Mullen, who has a good defense as well. So maybe this offense is just settling down while the defense is just playing better after that tough start here. So we'll see what happens with Grandview. But they're going to face off with 8-7 Columbine, also 8-7 by the way. Another team who has played some tough teams. They played Legend, who they lost to 26-7, then bounced back with a very close win against Arapahoe 21-14, then lost to Thunder Ridge 6-0, then bounced back with a blowout win over Chatfield 34-6 here, before losing to Cherry Creek, only 38-19, which isn't the worst here. They would also lose to Ralston Valley in a close one, 31-25. I think that's double overtime as well. Valor Christian was a close one, 13-6, who they played close there, then lost big to Arvada West before losing to Heritage, only 20-14. And then they ended up on a 4-game winning streak, beating Littleton, Bear Creek, and Lakewood by a lot, and then also beating Pomona 19-17, which is good. So this Columbine team definitely hit a little bit of a slump mid-season, but those are also very good teams that they lost to in a Ralston Valley, a Valor, Arvada West, Heritage. But the fact that they played Valor close, Heritage close, beat a Pomona, beat Chatfield by as much as they did, lost barely to Thunder Ridge, who has upset some people, beat Arapahoe. That does say a lot about them and what they have over there. I think their ceiling is maybe a little bit higher than Grandview's at this very moment, at least this season alone. And let's talk about the offense here, starting with their quarterback Jordan Washington, who has had a solid year for them. 1,785 passing yards, 26 touchdowns, only 15 picks. Also putting in some work on the ground, 424 rushing yards and 11 touchdowns on the ground. She has been a mainstay for this offense, I would say. Just very consistent, has done some good things here. Doesn't turn over the ball a whole ton. Again, in that little slump against Creek, Ralston, Valor, Arvada West, it was a little rough. Not gonna lie, I think in that stretch there, she threw 6 picks to only 3 touchdowns. But then she's also had some good games. Against Arapahoe had 3 touchdowns. Against Chatfield had 5, arguably her best all season. And then rushing wise, putting in some work there, 3 rushing touchdowns against Ralston, which is big. In a game that they lost too, by the way, so maybe if they cleaned up, they only had 1 turnover, so it wasn't even that bad there. So there you go there. But I think she's a very solid quarterback for this team. Now, talking about some other playmakers around them, they do spread out the ball pretty well. Carly Dexter, a senior, has 351 rushing yards and 3 touchdowns. You also have a junior in Courtney Brock, who has 260 rushing yards and 2 touchdowns. Also, Brock got some passing attempts here as a junior. She has passed And I think this is interesting, but she has passed for 545 yards, 5 touchdowns to 1 picks, a lot of those coming in the Cherokee Trail game. Got in there against Heritage as well, I believe, if I am not mistaken. Jordan Washington in that Heritage game. Sorry, she did not play in that Heritage game, which is interesting. Definitely telling just a little bit there. So, she's got some pass attempts here and there. As a receiver, has caught 232 yards for a touchdown on 32 receptions. So, definitely maybe some double quarterback creativity that could be done for them. Now at receiver, they spread out the ball well. Junior Hurts and Senior Heineke leading with over 400 yards each, and 8 and 9 touchdowns respectively, as they've been consistent. Then you also have players like Senior Dunaway, Senior Levitt, Senior Swenson, and then Brock, who I just mentioned, who are all over 200 receiving yards. So they do spread out the ball pretty well. And honestly, it's not a bad thing to have a relatively balanced offensive attack when it comes to passing the ball and whatnot. Doesn't mean that there's only one person you could focus on. Defensively, they've been all right. Senior Gabrielle Roche, I believe is how you say it, had 57 tackles. That's their leader. You also have a fellow senior, Stella Paxson, with another 50 there. Paxson also with 11 sacks. That's their lead sack leader. They also have a couple other players contributing sacks, specifically Junior Reese Horn, Junior Kaylin Karash, I want to say, who has 6 sacks. And then you have senior for them. That is Johnson, who has 5 sacks here. Dexter only with 4 sacks. Thought maybe she'd have a little bit more there. As far as picks go, super productive, 33 picks. But you have Hawkmuth, the senior, with 6. Courtney Brock with 5. You have junior Lexi Pagliasati, I want to say, with 5 picks. Ernst with 3. Jordan Washington even has 3. Paxton with 3. Karash with 3. 33 interceptions total. So, this is a very well-rounded team. I think, in my opinion, they've been a little bit more consistent than Grandview in their play, but Grandview has got a little bit hotter here in the last couple games. So very even matchup in my opinion. I think this one could really go either way, but let's go ahead and go to Gino here. He is going to go ahead and go with Grandview. He said the Wolves have a lot of talent in the secondary, and they easily beat 2 teams that gave Columbine a fit in Ralston Valley and Arapahoe. This one should be close regardless, but I am going with Grandview here. So there you go there. That is what Gino had to say. I am going to be going with Columbine. I just feel like they've been a little bit more consistent. I like how they've got other players more involved and whatnot, and I think that does go a long way in winning some of these tougher games. While they did struggle against a Ralston Valley, a Valor, Heritage, they're still in it. I think when those games are one-score games, it's easy to look at it and nitpick a bunch of things. But in my opinion, those are games that maybe if a couple things go different, they win those, right? And it doesn't take a lot to do a couple of things different. I think the Chatfield win was big time. The Arapahoe win was big time as well. Beating Pomona at the end of the season, that's a well-coached team over there. That's big time as well. Maybe would have wanted to see them win by a little bit more, but right now, I just like the consistency of Columbine. I do agree that this one will be close. I feel like Grandview is maybe a little bit hotter coming to this game, but I'm going to go with consistency for now. So, there you go. All right, now moving into the second round, we're going to talk about a lot of teams here that I did not talk about earlier. And if I did talk about those teams earlier, we're just going to get into predictions as soon as possible. But definitely want to preview even the teams that we got right here. But to start, we got Mountain Vista versus the winner of Regis and Horizon. Let's go ahead and preview Mountain Vista. They are the lone 1 seed here in 5A. I believe they're the only undefeated team. 15-0, and it's not like they have a cupcake schedule. I believe this team has beat the majority of the squads that are in the top 10 currently. Let me actually just double check that. And yeah, that's true. They did not play Denver South. So they just there wasn't an opportunity there. And then they did not play Doherty, but everyone else in the top 10 in these playoffs they have beaten. Douglas County 33-0, Arvada West 25-13, Legend 31-26, Yeah, Chaparral 31-20. I was at that game, by the way. They beat Ralston Valley, Thunder Ridge. They beat a lot of playoff teams here. So this is a very good team that is on fire. Definitely the favorite to not only go to state, but win it all here. And let's talk about this team because I also feel like this is still a relatively young squad here. Let's start with the offensive side of the ball where they arguably have the most explosive offense in Colorado. But it all starts with their dual threat quarterback, Ariana Akey, probably the front runner for MVP as well. This season, she had a breakout season, passing for 3,255 yards, 65 touchdowns to 7 picks. Definitely the passing touchdown leader. Also, almost had near 1,000 rushing yards, which is unfortunate, but had 955 rushing yards and 3 rushing touchdowns. I believe she is like the only quarterback to even be close to a 3,000 and 1,000 look here, but super productive, extremely difficult to stop on offense here. She's a very sharp flag football player and quarterback. Has only had one game where she threw more than 1 pick, and that was against Cherry Creek early on in the season, who they still beat, by the way, 20-7 in that one. So there you go there. And I mean, she's been on an absolute tear this season. Even when you think you got her, she's going to make a crazy throw off platform, or she's going to burn you. She's somebody that could get 10 yards a pop pretty easily, if not potentially more if you don't spy her. So she's going to command at least one defensive player committed to her. That opens up a lot. If not one, then honestly, arguably 2 as well. So we'll see. But this offense starts with her. She is very difficult to stop. But, having some great teammates definitely helps out with that. Let's start with all of her receivers, starting with her main one here, at least statistically here. And that's their utility player, Braylon Looney, the junior. One of the best football players in the entire state. I don't think she has any college offers soon, but that's going to change real quick here. On the season, 94 receptions, 897 yards. I believe she's their leader in receiving touchdowns with 17 receiving touchdowns. Just so reliable, has great hands over there, very dangerous after the catch. Is going to make physical catches too. She's a physical football player for them over there, and that's going to be an issue because there's just going to be some corners that is not going to be able to handle that. On top of being a great athlete all around, so that's one of the players that they're going to have to figure out how to stop. But like I said, one of their utility players, so she's going to pull a linebacker probably, and that's already most likely a mismatch, so there you go. Also contributing on defense at linebacker, 45 tackles to 2 sacks there. A very smart player, a part of that young defense, or at least a younger defense, I feel, for the most part there. So there you go. That's their number one option, but they also have some other very good options in Riley and Liana Rivera. Riley Rivera with 851 yards, 13 touchdowns. Liana Rivera with 485 yards, 12 touchdowns. Serena Reeder has been very underrated with 412 yards and 10 touchdowns, as well as senior Isabella Valent. Isabel Valent, who has 338 yards and 7 touchdowns. And all these players, I mean, they have very good chemistry with Akey. They find those open spots in zone and whatnot. In man, they're going to make some tough catches, get some nice yards after the catch as well. And that just causes a lot of mismatches. Plus, you also got to worry about Akey potentially running it and whatnot. This offense is arguably the toughest one to stop, and nobody has really stopped it so far this season, which is why they are undefeated. Now, defensively, I think they do a very good job over there. Only 10 sacks so far on the season combined. That is Emily Wilms, the senior, leading with 3. Braylon Looney tied with senior Sophia Clues with only 2 there, so not the most amount of pressure. In fact, there have been times where I feel like they haven't always rushed somebody, so that's also interesting there. But the secondary has been very productive, amassing 30 interceptions here. I think that's roughly 2 picks a game, but they're led by Kaylee Besh, the sophomore, with 6 picks. Liana Rivera has 4. Junior Lindsay Dondero has another 4 there. Junior Caitlin Jenkins has 3. So a lot of players that get up in there and they cause turnovers. And with an offense this explosive, you cannot afford turnovers like that. Also, I think worth mentioning here as well, that sophomore Kaylee Besh is one of their leading tacklers with 46. So this defense, honestly, haven't seen them struggle way too much here throughout this season. Against Legend, you had a little bit of a scare, but there are some easy passes and stuff that I feel like usually they just don't allow, that they were allowing, so that's kind of rough. And then against Chap, there was a very early scare, but then that defense posted a shutout in the second half, and they came back and won that one 31-20, which is definitely big time. So as great as this offense is, this defense I think is at least a top 10 unit in the state, maybe top 5 unit in the state, and then the offense is top 1 in my opinion in the state. Just so many weapons. They have an explosive quarterback, and on top of that they have other players too that could play quarterback. Williams I've seen play quarterback. Addison Devlin as well has played a little bit of quarterback, so if they really wanted to get into their bag, they could get into some 2 quarterback sets that are just very difficult to stop. But for now, they're beating plenty of teams with what they have currently, and that's an issue. I think, let me just double check. I don't want to be spreading misinformation, but I think they have not scored under 3 touchdowns at all this season. I think the smallest amount they've scored this season was 20 against Cherry Creek, who they beat 20-7. They only allowed Cherry Creek to score 7. Now, I don't think Addie Beck played in that game, but still, though, that is definitely big time, and that's a testament to how difficult this offense is. That is, I mean, I could probably put it together, but I think they're definitely averaging over 30 points a game at this point. So until someone slows them down, I am personally not worried, especially in this first round here. Whether it's Regis or Horizon there, they should beat either. Both teams do have solid defenses, but Mountain Vista's offense is really good. I don't think either. Well, okay, Mountain Vista played Regis and they put 35 on that defense, so that says a lot there. We'll see what happens, but I mean, this is a team that you cannot just be focused on stopping on offense. You got to score a little bit on defense too, and I just don't see either of these teams doing that. Now, Gino also agrees. He's going with Mountain Vista in the second round, no matter who it is. He says this one is not going to be close at all, no matter who wins. The Golden Eagles are definitely moving on to the next round with either matchup here. Agreed. Moving on here, still on the same side of this bracket here, the winner of this matchup will probably play Mountain Vista. That's who we have predicted. But we have Thunder Ridge versus Denver South. I feel like this is a pretty even game here. But you know what? Let's go ahead and talk about Denver South. They are 13-2. Their only 2 losses is to Valor Christian 33-0 and actually Thunder Ridge 19-0. But they have had some solid wins against Northfield 20-8. Which is arguably their most impressive win so far. George Washington 25-20 as well. So a little bit of an easier schedule, I would think, for Thunder Ridge. They've played some tough squads here, and I think that definitely reflects in the record. But let's stick with Denver South for now, and let's talk about some key contributors for them. Let's start on offense with their quarterback, Iris Duran, who has been extremely efficient over there, playing some really good football, probably one of the best quarterbacks in the state. But with how great some of these 5A quarterbacks are, just a little overlooked here. But on the season, 1,957 passing yards, 43 touchdowns to 1 pick. The 1 pick she did throw, though, was against Thunder Ridge, which I think is worth noting there. Super efficient, right? Even against Thunder Ridge, only 1 pick, that's not too bad. Then as far as receivers go, spreads it out pretty well. You have 6 receivers with over 200 receiving yards. None over 500, though, which I think is interesting. But you have the junior Martinez, who have 5 touchdowns. You have the sophomore Green with 5. You have the senior Fort with with 13. The junior for them, Asher Daniels, who has 11 touchdowns. You have Witso, the senior, Marley Witso, that is, with another 7. And then the lead receiver for this team, Dylan Moyer, has 498 yards and 7 touchdowns. So, spreads the ball out pretty well, which you do gotta like. That does mean that, she's very comfortable with a lot of these receivers who, by the way, only two seniors in that group of 6 here, so definitely returning a lot next year, including their quarterbacks, so that's definitely something to look out for. But you gotta love that if you're Denver South, seeing that consistency. Now on defense here, very productive, 35 sacks, but a lot of those sacks came from Paige Wilson, the senior, who had 20 of those. The other senior in Lorena, Garnica, the senior, has 8 sacks as well, which is definitely big time there, but definitely relying on Paige Wilson a lot, who's also their lead tackler with 38 tackles. In the secondary, very productive, 44 interceptions on the year. Helen Campisi, the sophomore, with a great year with 12 interceptions. Right behind her, though, is the senior Odetta Estes with 10. You even have another sophomore here in Maya Davis with 7, and then freshman, which is interesting, Malin Flood with another 4. Also, now that I'm saying it, another freshman as well, and Abby Garcia with another 3. So secondary definitely popping off and doing a good job. Definitely a little concerned about the lack of a rotation with those sacks and the rusher, especially considering Paige Wilson is their leader there. Outside of Wilson and Estes, this is a pretty young defense in general. So, maybe it's definitely a little bit concerning, especially considering how young some of that offense is. You got some players you got a lot of not underclassmen, is what I'm trying to say there. So there you go there. That's Denver South. But then you have Thunder Ridge, who has seemingly went back and forth between upsetting teams and then getting upset themselves here. At the beginning of the season, they would beat Pondo 14-0, then lose a tough one to TCA 26-19, and then they go on a run, winning, I want to say, 6 in a row against Smoky Hill 39-6, Rock Canyon 26, Regis Jesuit, they win 20-0, Columbine, they win 6-0, Heritage, they win 26-13, Grandview 34-20, all playoff teams right there, those 4 squads. Then they lose kind of a weird one to 4A Highlands Ranch, I think, 14-13. Then they bounce back with a win over Denver South 19-0, which was huge, before losing a tough one to Chaparral 13-0, which is honestly not that bad considering that team was rolling at the time. But then they lose a tough one to Douglas County 34-12, and then Mountain Vista, they lost 45-7, before beating Chatfield 20-19, and then Legend 13-7. So very interesting there for them. They do not have stats, which is just very unfortunate. The last time we watched them was last year, and they were kind of a taller group here. But just looking at the wins here, I mean, they beat Legend, who's big time, right? They were within 2 scores of Chap, which I think says a lot. So there you go there. Heritage, they beat Grandview, they beat Columbine, they beat Regis, they beat. And then they also beat Denver South, who they're going to play here 19-0. This was a team that, was kind of rolling, and then they ran into Thunder Ridge, and Iris Duran threw her first pick. No touchdowns in this game. They were shut out. So that does say a lot. Plus, they've just played a gauntlet of teams here. And so in this matchup, it's going to be interesting. I don't think it's going to be as far apart margins-wise as it was before, 19-0, but I got to go with Thunder Ridge beating Denver South in this game here. I think there is a chance Denver South is able to reflect and find a way to beat Thunder Ridge. Thunder Ridge has a loss, against teams that we would probably expect them to win, but also they've overachieved and beat teams that we didn't expect them to beat. And so right now, got to go with Thunder Ridge because of the strength of that schedule and their experience. But we'll see about Denver South. I think whenever you play a team a second time, there's a much higher chance that it's closer. And then when it gets into that one-score margin, really anything could happen. So we'll see. But for now, I'm rolling with Thunder Ridge in my projection / prediction here. Gino is also going Thunder Ridge. He said Thunder Ridge has wins against 7 different playoff teams. They would probably be a top 6 seed if it wasn't for that disastrous loss against Highlands Ranch. They already shut out Denver South earlier in the year, so I'm definitely going with the Grizzlies in this matchup. So there you go there. Gino going with Thunder Ridge in that Denver South matchup, but definitely an interesting one. In Denver South, I mean, I feel like they have a lot less seniors than Thunder Ridge does too, so maybe a little bit less pressure going into that game. So we'll see. Now, next game we're going to talk about, and 2 teams we're going to preview as well. We have number 5 Legend versus number 12 Heritage. I actually got to watch this exact same matchup just a couple weeks ago where Legend would beat Heritage 26-10, but let's go ahead and preview both teams. Legend right now is sitting at 12-3. Their only 3 losses against Arvada West, 35-0. Mountain Vista in a tough one. That was a Hail Mary loss, 31-26. And then they lost to Thunder Ridge last week, 13-7. So that's a little interesting for sure. But, Thunder Ridge is a team that has been upsetting some teams. Now, when it comes to Legend here, their defense is top tier, one of the best in the state, probably top 5, if not top 3. And they're led by this group of Ryan Matouche, sophomore, who has 61 tackles, and then their linebacker, senior Jocelyn Huntsman, who I know has some college interest and offers at this point. Both players lead this team, and they are great flag pullers. They stop a lot of the easy stuff, comfort plays, I would say, that a lot of teams try to run just to get their quarterbacks into rhythm. That's big time that these 2 players can do that. Jocelyn Huntsman with a big time IQ over there. There's just not going to be many play designs that's going to fool her, straight up. And with her leading this defense, that goes for the rest of this defense. As far as rusher goes, their junior Janine Norden leads with 21 sacks there. Also 48 total tackles on the season. She's super productive up front. You also have the sophomore up front as well in Victoria Curdy, who has a pretty solid 11 sacks as well on defense, plus 38 tackles, just super productive in that standpoint. You also have Ryan Matouche and Jocelyn Huntsman, who play up every now and then. They'll go ahead and give a lot of offenses different looks up front, and that's an issue when you don't know who's coming and you don't know where the pressure's coming from, and so that's definitely big time. The secondary is also super athletic, led by Ava Gavi here, and we'll talk about her impact on offense as well. But this player, I mean, she's just a great athlete back there. Has 8 interceptions and 5 pass deflections on the season. 10 tackles. I don't know if they've listed all their stats, though, which is the only thing that I'm just a little sus on. But then you also have players like Maylee Wilhelm, who has 3 picks. Matouche also has 3. The junior for them, Zoe Matherly has 3 for them. So definitely big time for this defense, who has stopped a lot of very good squads here. Like I said, only 3 losses this season, and they're against top offenses in Arvada West, Mountain Vista, and again, I wouldn't count Thunder Ridge big time offense, but for sure Arvada West and Mountain Vista there. So there you go. Even against Thunder Ridge, I mean, they only allowed 13 points. Against Chap, only allowed 14 in that game. Against Heritage and that explosive offense, only allowed 10. And I believe one of those touchdowns was in the 4th quarter too. So there you go there. Against Grandview and that team, they only allowed 6. Against Douglas County, who has a good quarterback, they only have 6. Against Pomona, they allowed 0. That was at the beginning of the season. Columbine only allowed 7, who has a solid quarterback as well. So these are the quarterback stoppers over there. They're going to rely a lot on their defense, who I think has definitely been the strength of this team. But offensively, they have kind of been coming along lately. You have the junior quarterback, Maddie Smolin, who's an absolute dual threat for them. I believe we got to cover her brother, Sam Smolin, when he played for Lutheran and made those state championship runs. So, winning is in their DNA is what I'm trying to say here. But on the season, she just got better as the season went on here, even with the injury that happened to her hand, but threw for 1,904 yards, 24 touchdowns, 14 picks, also 428 rushing yards and 5 rushing touchdowns. When I got to see them against Chaparral, I thought, even though it maybe didn't show as much passing wise, she did throw Heritage. She did throw a pick in that game. She looked good, very comfortable, made some nice throws. There was a nice corner route throw that she threw to Ava Gavi, which really opened my eyes a little bit. And, Maddie Smolin is just a great athlete here. Maybe a little bit raw, a little inexperienced, as I believe this is her first year starting at quarterback. And I think we did get to see her a little bit in Summer League, but still first year, right? She's going to be dangerous next year. And even in these playoffs, she's getting hot at just the right time. She's their leading passer and rusher, just a great athlete over there. She's going to be able to do things that a lot of quarterbacks in the state just cannot do because of the pure athleticism that she has. So just throwing that out there. Now, as far as receiving goes, she has some very good skill players like Ava Gavi. We mentioned her when talking about defense, but she's a great dual threat. Also doing it on offense, has been doing it on offense, and Colorado last year has been doing the same thing this year. This year, I believe she is their lead receiver, with 768 receiving yards and 14 touchdowns on the year. And I think this is very impressive considering how crowded this receiving core is, as there's a lot of great athletes. As of right now, Legend has 6 receivers over 200 receiving yards, and then 2 more at 183 and 140, which is absolutely insane. And you have them being led by a great receiver, wideout 1 in this group, in Gavi, who has 14 touchdowns. She's a great athlete. She's going to make some things happen. She's going to get separation too. Definitely a little bit of a deep threat there. You also have another great receiver in Aislinn. Excuse me if I feel like I'm saying that absolutely wrong here, but Aislinn Corella, who has 576 receiving yards and 12 touchdowns as that wideout too, statistically, that is. You have other seniors in Wilhelm and Halberg with 343, 230. Reese Agnew, who I think is very underrated as an athlete, has 205 yards and a touchdown. Stuber, the junior, with a touchdown there. This is a team that they spread out the ball a lot. They're going to run the ball. They're going to give their players opportunities to run the ball and do stuff like that. And they're going to do it successfully. I think at the beginning of the season, they were definitely a lot more raw. As the season has went on, they've settled in. They'll give you a bunch of different looks, and it may not be the most explosive all the time, but they're going to get first downs. They're going to put together long drives. I feel like this Legend team really showed that when they played Heritage and put together a number of consistent long drives, which ended up setting up some splash plays at the very end, which is good. That's a very healthy offense, in my opinion. I do also want to mention Addison Law, their backup quarterback, freshman quarterback, so it's going to be a little bit before she starts. She played well in place of Maddie Smolin at times. Against Pondo, went 18 of 28 for 138 yards, 3 touchdowns, 1 pick. Against Rock Canyon, 20 of 29, 220 yards, 5 touchdowns, 2 picks. Against Heritage, she had to go in briefly for Smolin, I think just in the third, and she went 4 of 7 for 21 yards and a touchdown. Also a little athletic over there as well, so they can do some 2 quarterback stuff with Smolin and Law. They have done it with Corella as well, I believe, but this is a team that's going to get the ball to their playmakers, whether it's a handoff or a short pass or something like that, but they're going to move those chains, and I think that pairs very well with this defense of theirs that is going to give a couple different looks, and they're super athletic in their secondary, and they're going to talk a lot, not like talking trash, but talking as in communicate very well. There's not going to be many miscommunications against this defense, and in the playoffs, that matters, playing airtight like that. And that's going to put the pressure on a lot of offenses who may not have as good a defense, but, they rely a bit more on the offense. But, that's a little bit more of a later thing. Let's talk about Heritage. They're 7-6 right now. I think this is arguably the team that I've been able to see the most And unfortunately, I've seen them in some tough losses. Saw them at the beginning against Arapahoe. They lost in overtime 19-18. That's probably a winnable game, but it was at the beginning of the season. Then they would beat teams like Regis 12-0. They blew out Mullen 40-14, who has a good defense there. Then lost to Thunder Ridge 26-13. Watched them against Chap here, who they lost to, unfortunately, 26-7. They did lose Ryan Taylor in that third, and I think that changed a lot of their game plan. And it was just tough from there on out. So there you go there. Against Douglas County, got to watch that game. That was a game without Ryan Taylor, and they only lost 27-24. Came down to a goal line stand by Douglas County, and they just dropped that one. But then they bounced back and they beat Columbine 20-14. Then played Mountain Vista, who's tough. Played Legend, was able to watch that game very briefly. They got in it, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, they got a big touchdown there, and then Legend would score a big time, like 60-yard touchdown to just put it out of reach. But that's a little bit closer of a game than some may think. Now, looking at this team, let's talk about the offense, which is very productive, led by probably the best dual threat in the state. That's Abby Nichols in her first year at quarterback. 2,382 passing yards, 25 touchdowns to 13 picks. Also 930 rushing yards and 8 rushing touchdowns on the ground. She has been big time and the engine for this first year program so far. But then you got other players like Alina Sheenaberry, who has 297 rushing yards and a touchdown. Also has 204 receiving yards and a touchdown on the ground as their little check down option. I think she's very solid there. You also have a true, in my opinion, a very much true wideout one in Avalon Lux Offerman, who has 41 receptions, 811 yards, 6 receiving touchdowns, and she's the jump ball queen. If you throw it up there, she's going to go get it. She is a taller receiver who has a lot of power to her, and she is just really hard to guard out there in a one-on-one. I don't think any team is going to put her in a one-on-one if they've already played this Heritage squad, and I don't think Legend is going to do that either. But even then, she's going to catch some of those contested balls there. Then you have sophomore Jillian Taylor, who's been very productive. 48 receptions, that leads the team. 703 receiving yards, 7 receiving touchdowns. Receiving touchdowns, that leads the team there. You also have another sophomore here in Claire Wojciechowski, whose name I still feel like I'm saying wrong. I probably should have went up to her one of these games here, but she's been very underrated, super productive, 41 receptions, 604 yards, 3 touchdowns there. So they got a nice receiving core, 3 good ones. You have a good utility player in Sheenaberry, and then you have Abby Nichols, who can also run the ball. Like, I don't think you could afford to not put a spy on her too. So this is an offense that could beat you in a couple different ways. Now, defensively, they do get Ryan Taylor back here for the playoffs. I did get to see her game against Legend. And then they also beat Ponderosa later as well. So that's just another good game to kind of get her acclimated just a little bit there. Get some confidence in that game. She had 5 tackles, a pass deflection. So that's definitely big time there. But, when talking about this Heritage defense, you got to start with Ryan Taylor, who had a very hot start to the season before suffering that ankle injury. But I think she's back. This is the crazy part. Even though she missed a couple games, she is still their leading tackler as the season ended with 74 tackles. Also has 4 sacks, 3 picks, 5 pass deflections. She'll play a little bit of linebacker, a little bit of rusher. Either way, you got to keep track of where she's at because she's going to cause havoc. And with her being healthy and hitting her stride, I think this version of Ryan Taylor against Legend is going to be different than the one that they played at the beginning. So I think that's one of the players that you absolutely need to look out for as well. You also have another senior in Sophia Escandon who has 64 tackles, has been very solid for them. In the secondary, Caroline Belair, the sophomore for Heritage, has been huge for them. Super productive on the defensive side of the ball. 44 tackles, 9 interceptions, 19 pass deflections, including a pick against Legend that I was able to see where she just made a very nice play on the ball on a quarter route there. So she's definitely big time. You also have Sophia Pratt, who is second in picks with 5. I think she is very underrated for them as well here, and just a very productive 61 tackles and 8 pass deflections on the season. So this Heritage team, they got some players over there that are very good. This defense had 26 total picks and 18 total sacks here. Now you do got to remember Ryan Taylor was out a number of games, and I do think this defense would probably have some better numbers if she's out there, but I know she's healthy right now, and so this team's rolling. Now I do think they're probably a little bit more offensive heavy as far as production goes, which is not a bad thing here. I mean, this team can score some points when they want, and they could beat you in a couple different ways. For Heritage, they were able to beat teams like Regis Jesuit 12-0. Mullen, who has a good front seven and some solid athletes over there, they put 40 on them. Against Thunder Ridge, that was kind of weird. They only put 13. Against Douglas County, put 24 on them. They also put 20 on Columbine without Abby Nichols, and Avalon Lux Offerman was playing quarterback, and I feel like that definitely says a lot here. So this offense could definitely roll a little bit, and they could beat you in a couple of different ways, but they have been a little up and down. Defensively, there's been some rough games for sure, but I think getting back Ryan Taylor will definitely improve them here this season. But they play a tough team in Legend in the first round. I think this is definitely going to be a little bit closer than what it was earlier on in the season. But Gino, let's just get to predictions, by the way. Gino, he's going with Legend. He said the Titans have been absolutely rolling like crazy since week 0. I love what Heritage has for themselves in Ryan Taylor and Abby Nichols, but they are just simply too top heavy to be able to hold down a team like Legend in such an early round matchup. And unfortunately, I think I'm going to have to agree as well. I'm going to have to go with Legend. They're just really deep right now. Super deep. For Heritage, they're going to have to rely on their seniors and Abby Nichols, Avalon Lux Offerman, and Ryan Taylor to make plays. If they could keep it close, I think it's really hard to beat a team twice in a row. That's all I'm saying, right? But they have had some ups and downs. Legend has been a little bit more consistent. They've gotten better as the years went on. The offense looked a lot better than the beginning of the year, which I think is huge. And then defensively, they're not going to miscommunicate. They're going to make some big plays over there. They're going to clamp down, and that's just a really tough defense to play. And so right now, I'm going with Legend. Would not be surprised with an upset here. I would not be surprised with an upset here for sure. I think this would probably be one of the bigger upsets in the playoffs, or at least early on in these playoffs, but I do think this could be a winnable game for Heritage. They just need to play almost a near perfect game. I don't want to say near perfect, but they do got to play almost a near perfect game. So I don't know. We'll see what happens here. That's going to be such a good matchup, though, and it's just tough that only one team could come out of that one this early on. So it is what it is. Now, moving on, we have Cherry Creek. They'll play the winner of Arapahoe versus Chatfield. If you remember, myself and Gino were split on that matchup. I am going with Chatfield. Gino's going with Arapahoe. But before we talk about that one potentially, let's talk about Cherry Creek here. 14-1. They are on a 14-game win streak, absolutely on fire. The only team they lost to is to Mountain Vista, and that was only 20-7. That's not even that bad of a game, at least very early on in the season. Also, I believe it was without their starting quarterback, Addie Beck, and that does make a difference here as she would play later on as the season went on. But, this team, they beat some good teams. Ralston Valley, Chatfield, Pomona, Columbine, Arvada West, 27-18. Gino was at that game. That was a good one for them. Arapahoe, Mullen, Grandview. This team has just been rolling here. And, let's talk about it. Let's start with the offensive side of the ball, starting with Addie Beck here, the junior quarterback who, did not play all the games, but has definitely picked it up here and has played some great football on this 14-game winning streak. 2,662 passing yards, 46 touchdowns, only 5 picks. Electric for them. Also 269 rushing yards and 3 rushing touchdowns as their lead rusher there. When it comes to her receivers, seniors, Molly Durigi, Sophia Ball, and I believe, I just want to make sure I say this right, Ania Chambers have been her favorite targets. Molly Durigi has made some great plays. Let's talk about her first here, at least on the offensive side of the ball. She's been their wideout one, 71 receptions, 691 yards, 12 touchdowns, runs great routes, knows leverage really well, very reliable hands here, good speed, and very good strength. She's going to make some contested catches, and that's just what it is. You could cover her as well as you can, but she's going to make those plays. Honestly, I do think there are a few DBs in 5A that could go one-on-one with her and give her a lot of issues, because even if she doesn't beat you with her route running, she's going to catch contested catches. Like I said, super strong, has good speed, good agility, just a great playmaker for Creek. Then you also have senior Sophia Ball, one of their utility players, another tough pass catcher who is going to make some contested catches, and there's just not much you could do. Listed currently at 5'11", just has a lot of height and wingspan and strength that, even if you're covering her, she's going to make plays with that wingspan and that catch radius. 587 yards, 6 touchdowns on the year, and that's just scratching the surface, to be honest with you. I think she's going to have a great playoffs because a lot of attention has to go to Doherty, but then you have Ball here who's going to be caught in one-on-one. She's going to win those matchups. Then you have Ania Chambers, 451 receiving yards, 8 touchdowns, 28 receptions. She played a lot of quarterback at the beginning of the season, threw for 646 yards, 10 touchdowns to no picks before Beck came back in. Beck was their quarterback last year, I believe, or at least in the playoffs she was. So definitely a player that's just a good football player, can do it all for them. Maybe some trick plays that could be ran through her as well. But either way, she's going to make an impact on the game on offense. So there you go. That is the core of the receivers. There's a lot of other players that contributes and does great stuff as well. But I think that group of 4 has been really tough to stop. Especially, I want to say this, especially when they are freestyling and, Beck is throwing off platform and running around and making those plays. They just have a knack. They have great chemistry, by the way, but those receivers just have a knack at finding weak spots in zones, and then Beck is going to make those throws. She is great at throwing off platform, and she's just a great playmaker that is going to find the receiver even when the play breaks down, especially when the play breaks down, and that could get very frustrating. Now on defense, this Cherry Creek defense has played very well, obviously well enough to have a 14-game win streak, but I do think it's worth noting they held Mountain Vista to 20, which is their season low, by the way. Held Arvada West to only 18 as well, another great offense over there. Ralston Valley was another great offense who they held to 8 in that game. So this defense is tough, probably top 5 in the entire state here, and they're led by a number of players, including Molly Durigi, who, oh my God, second in tackles with 62, also leads with 11 interceptions on the season. As great as a receiver she is, she's a true quarterback one. Matches up well with a lot of different receivers, and in that scheme, they move her around, and she could definitely bait some players into some tough turnovers too. She's definitely somebody that you gotta look out for there. Then you have Ashley Sands, who has been very productive as a senior for them. 82 tackles, 3 sacks, 2 picks. She leads the team in tackles, very productive there. You have Sophia Ball, who's making plays as well on that side of the ball. 60 tackles, is not going to miss many of them, honestly, just very sure-handed there. You also have the junior, which is, I think, maybe the first junior outside of Addie Beck that I'm mentioning here, in Jalen Nelson, who has had a good season as well. 44 tackles, also second with 9 interceptions. This is a team that is just very deep here. They have 27 sacks on the season, but they have 3 players all at 6 sacks and above in Junior Metcalf, Senior Feeder, and Junior Brown for them. And then they have 32 total picks, with Durigi having 11, Nelson with 9, Chambers with 3, Ball with 3, Schatz with 2, Sands with 2. This is a very good defense that talks as well. They're going to give offenses different looks and almost bait them into certain plays that'll force turnovers at tough times. And with an offense like this that could pretty much score on a whim, this team is extremely dangerous. They can definitely go to state, and they could win it all. I think they match up with every team in the playoffs extremely well. And that's just rough. I mean, they got players who are going to make plays even when you think you got them. Those are the teams that you hope to get breaks against, and if you get turnovers against this team, you have to score. This defense is too good to put them out there for a last drive, and the offense especially is going to get you a score if you need one at the very end. That's just how consistent they are. This is a very consistent squad here. Top 5 offense, top 5 defense, very well rounded. So it should probably not come to a surprise that it probably does not matter if it's Arapahoe or Chatfield that comes out of that one. Me and Gino are both going with Cherry Creek here. This is what Gino had to say. The Bruins are going to probably dominate against whoever wins that Arapahoe-Chatfield game. They've already played both teams in the regular season, and let's just say it wasn't pretty. Yeah, I gotta agree there. I mean, they took care of both teams. Chatfield 33-16. Arapahoe, they beat more recently 40-0. As much as I want to believe in a Chatfield, maybe giving them some different looks here, that defense kind of got the better of them in their first matchup. I don't know if that changes a whole lot going into this potential matchup. And then if they play Arapahoe, this Creek team just has way more experience than them, on top of being super talented. So I have a hard time seeing either team knocking out Cherry Creek super early in these playoffs there. I don't think that's a team that's going to be upset there. So there you go. Myself and Gino both going with Cherry Creek. Okay, moving on. We have Valor Christian. They'll play the winner of Ralston Valley versus Northfield. Let's go ahead and preview Valor here. Got to watch them a number of times, not only in Summer League, but definitely this season as well. Got to see them a little bit against A West here, Ralston Valley, and then TCA was the last game I was able to see them at. But on the season, won 13-2, only losing 2 games. One of those was to Arvada West. That was a really tough game at the beginning of the season. They lost 27-12. They were just hot that day. And then they lost so I guess they only lost to Arvada West because they lost to them again later on, 39-6 here. Other than that, have been winning, have beat playoff teams like Denver South, Douglas County, Regis Jesuit, Ralston Valley, Chatfield, Columbine, Dakota Ridge. And speaking of 4A teams, let's talk about the other 4A teams that they did beat. They were able to beat TCA in overtime 27-20. I was at the game. And then they just beat Mountain View 37-35 in a very close game here. And those are the 2 top dogs in 4A with a lot of talent here. So they have some nice proven wins here. But let's talk about this squad. Let's talk about the defensive side of the ball first, actually. Let's go there. So to start here, their leading tackler is Sadie Lee, who has 109 tackles, followed by the standout linebacker, junior linebacker Reese Beezer, who has 97 tackles. Beezer also is the leader in interceptions with 11. Sadie Lee right behind her with 7 as well, as those two have put in a lot of work this season. Looking at more of the players here, though, their pass rush has been excellent. 62 sacks on the year, led by the senior Margot Harry, who has had an excellent 31 sacks against some of the best offenses in the entire state. Against A West, for example, the first time she had a sack, second time she had 2 sacks there. Against Mountain View she had 5, TCA she had 4. She is a stud over there, and she's only part of a stable of rushers over there who have been very, very productive. Jade Harry being the other one, a junior with 16 sacks, who's been putting in some work. You also have a freshman thrown in there as well, and Stella Westcott, who has spelled both of them at times. Nice 9 sacks there. And then you have the junior for them as well, Morgan Gunnarsson, with 5. So they definitely have a nice pass rush there, but I think part of it is also because of how good these linebackers are, like a Beezer, I believe, I could be wrong here, Sadie Lee as well. She comes up and down, but she's a taller player for them. And I mean, this is a tall, athletic group here who has caused a lot of problems on defense. So gotta love that. You know, they're a team that's pretty solid. Now on offense, they have some great athletes over there as well. A pretty balanced passing, not even passing attack, but a pretty balanced offensive attack for Valor, which in my opinion is headlined by the Prinzo sisters, Faith and Savannah Prinzo, Faith Prinzo being the quarterback on the year, threw for 3,132 passing yards, 42 touchdowns to 12 picks, is also the leading rusher with 732 rushing yards and 7 touchdowns. The lead receiver for Valor right now is her sister Savannah Prinzo, who's just a junior. 82 receptions, 936 yards, and 15 touchdowns. She has been extremely productive this season. Those two have got it done, and they have a great connection over there. A great story, honestly. These two sisters turning it up for Valor and just being extremely productive. They've been a dangerous duo. But on top of that, they have so many other great players. There's Savannah Khan, the senior, who has 374 rushing yards and 3 touchdowns. She also has 659 receiving yards and 7 touchdowns on 56 receptions. She is their check down option, and she's very dangerous as well and super productive. Then you have Alexis Wood, who honestly I think is probably closer to their wideout 1, maybe 1A, 1B type deal. She's been excellent. Got to watch her a lot last year and then in the summer league and then this year as well. And she's lived up to expectations. 63 receptions, 910 yards, and 11 touchdowns. For reference, Savannah Prinzo has only 26 more yards, but has 19 less receptions than Alexis Wood. And I mean, she's just somebody that teams are going to have to double. She's dangerous in space. She could go get the jump ball as well. She's one of the best receivers in this state. So you have some threats out here as well. And that's just to name a few players here. But this offense, they could beat you in a couple different ways here. They could air it out, but they could also put together some very long drives. Now, I will say this. It is a little concerning how many points they allow to some of the top dogs, like Arvada West with 27, 39 points there. Mountain View scored 35 on them. TCA even scored 20 on them as well. So they've had some lapses. But to be honest, this team has been pretty consistent. Arvada West being the only team that they have lost to this season is definitely not a bad thing at all, considering how many quality teams you have here. And so I think this is no surprise to anybody, but this Valor team is as complete a squad as you could want for a flag football team, not just in the state, but in the entire country for sure. And so when we get to our predictions here, they're going to play the winner of Ralston Valley versus Northfield. But I don't think our predictions really change here no matter who they face. This is what Gino had to say. He's going with Valor. He says Valor doesn't have many weaknesses, and I don't see Ralston Valley being the team to expose those few weaknesses. Valor should win by at least 2 scores here. I don't want to put a score prediction to it, but honestly, I just think at this point, Valor has a little bit more depth than them. They don't have, I guess, a quarterback controversy. I don't want to call it that for Ralston Valley, but you know, they've had some struggles on offense, specifically against this Valor team before as well. So I gotta go with Valor Christian here in this one. I don't think they're gonna lose this early on. They just have so much firepower on offense, and defensively they're so tough up front. I mean, they could go man to man and pass rush whoever, and they'll get either a sack or a turnover is what it's going to be. It's going to take some serious scheming and a combination of talent as well to beat all the great athletes they have over there. And I don't think it happens in this first round. Honestly, it might not even happen until semis, if I'm being completely honest, or quarters. But we'll see what happens. This is a very complete Valor team, which me and Gino are both high on. So there you go. Moving on here, let's get to North Glen and Chaparral. Let's go ahead and let's talk about North Glen first here. This is a team who I believe they played the first ever sanctioned Colorado high school game at the beginning of the season against Thornton, who they blew out 46-12. But you know, North Glen, they're 12-3 right now. Their 3 losses are to Mountain View twice, by the way, 26-6, 40-6, and then they also lost to Northfield 12-6, which is definitely a little bit of a red flag here. They haven't had the toughest schedule here. Some key ones they have had against Evergreen. They beat them 12-6. That was a very early on in the season, though. They beat Horizon 16-6, which is big time. But other than that, they haven't really beaten. I don't think they've beat a top 10 team in 5A. So part of it is scheduling and whatnot. You can't control who they play. But, as far as strength of schedule goes, that is a little concerning. Now, looking at this team, let's go ahead and start with the offensive side of the ball here, who had a pretty fast start to the season and, have played pretty well here. Let's start with their quarterback. She is a senior. That's Sydney Reese. She's thrown for 1,197 yards, 25 touchdowns to 10 picks on the season. Also has 257 rushing yards and 4 rushing touchdowns. She's been solid for this team and has produced and has been their main quarterback throughout the majority of the season. There have been other players that have been plugged in. I don't know if it's injury or what have you, but I think Ellie Taylor was one of those, and she did not play as well. She was all right. 315 yards, 6 touchdowns to 3 picks, 216 rushing yards in 4 games. That was all in August, though. So she did a solid job in her absence there. But this is Sydney Reese's squad, and I don't think there's any doubt about that. Now, as far as receivers go, there's 2 main receivers you got to worry about. One of them is the sophomore Evelyn Hymas, who has had an excellent season so far this year. Here in 2024 on offense, she's the lead receiver, 72 receptions, 764 yards, and 13 touchdowns. I don't believe she has dropped below... Oh, that's a lie. I was going to say I don't think she's dropped below 40 yards, but she only got 21 against Horizon, still scored a touchdown that game, but she has been super productive on offense. Then you have Cooper Trinkle, the senior for them. She's right behind Evelyn, has had 49 receptions for 510 yards and 8 touchdowns. Those 2 are pretty much the main producers on this squad. You also have Fujinami, a sophomore for them. That's Caitlin Fujinami, just to be clear there. She has contributed kind of all around, has passed it a little bit against Legacy, passed for 17 of 32 for 118 yards and a pick. Also have 36 rushing yards, as it looked like she got a lot of playing time there. As a receiver, though, 14 receptions, 186 yards, 5 touchdowns, though, which is big. So maybe a sleeper to have a little bit of a bigger playoffs with other teams focusing on those 2. But we'll see about that. On defense, though, this is a very young defensive team here, but they've been very productive to their credit. Their lead tackler is a freshman in Carol Martinez Tisserino, who has 70 tackles on the season here. Also 3 sacks and 3 interceptions, so just super productive overall. Then you have their star rusher for them, Madeline Olmos, who has had an excellent season as just a sophomore. 59 tackles, but 36 sacks. Like I said, that is big time, and I believe that leads the state. She must lead the state in sacks at this point, as she's been their main producer over there. And then in the secondary, they've combined for 52 interceptions, which is a ton. But Evelyn Hymas has 12. Her sister, I believe, Leah Hymas, freshman, by the way, has 10. You have Fujinami with 9. You have Darian Gordon with 6. Cooper Trinkle with 5. Just to name a few there. So very productive on that back end. But I think the thing, just looking at North Glen right away here, they're just a little thin over there as far as depth goes. You have Fujinami, you have Reese, you have the Hymas sister, you have Cooper Trinkle, Madeline Olmos, and Carol Martinez Tisserino. That's not as deep as some other teams like a Valor I just talked about, but they have a good base here. A lot of these players should be returning next year, except for their quarterback, Sydney Reese, which is kind of a tough go there, and Cooper Trinkle as well. But that is a later problem. For now, they have a good base and they got some players, and there's a reason why they are in the playoffs. Now, let's talk about Chap here, Chaparral. They are 13-2. I got to watch them a couple of times this season and a lot in the Summer League as well, as they dominated there. But they've only lost 2 games. One of them was to Mountain Vista, 31-20, and then they surprisingly lost to Legend, I think, 14-13. That is a rivalry game, so it really could have went either way, but still, just a little interesting there for sure. Now for Chap, some of the big teams that they've beat is Grandview, Arapahoe, Regis Jesuit. These are all playoff teams, by the way. Heritage, I was at that game. They beat Thunder Ridge, avoided a potential upset there. They beat Chatfield 25-21. They beat Douglas County 27-18. And I saw them play against Mountain Vista. That was one of the few losses that they had where they were up by 2 scores, and then Mountain Vista just exploded in the second half here and had a great game, and there's just not much you could do there. Now, looking at this team, let's actually go ahead and start on the defensive side of the ball first here. Their lead tacklers right now is Jaden Greenstreet, who has 63 tackles. She's listed as a DB. And then you have Sophie Matthews, their linebacker, who has been great all year, 60 tackles for her. Matthews also with 4 sacks, and she is their leader in interceptions with 10 at that linebacker spot. One of the best linebackers in the entire state that really holds together that defense, in my opinion, or one of the players that holds together that defense. I would say the other player, though, is just a sophomore, and that's Molly McWilliams, who has 26 sacks on the season, has been super productive over there, just causing havoc in the backfield. Some key games here: 4 sacks against Arapahoe, 1 against Regis, 6 against Chatfield. She had 1 against Mountain Vista, and then also interceptions as well against Regis and Lakewood. She's a great young player that helps hold together this defense, in my opinion there. And you also have a solid player as well in linebacker, listed at that at least, in Addison Landgren, who has 6 picks on the season. She's also your 3rd leading tackler with 55. And then I do want to mention this player as well, Paige Fink. She's a freshman. She's played in the Summer League, by the way, for 2 years in a row, so it's not like she's somebody that we were just finding out about. We've known about her and her sister for at least a year now, about a year and a half. I think someone mentioned her earlier on before this last Summer League season, but she's been great at linebacker, 40 tackles, and doing a great job over there. And this defense, they've been very solid. I mean, this was a defense that gave Mountain Vista some issues early on. I would say as well that they were a little cold, but they gave them some issues early on. They also held Heritage to only 7. They held Legend really to only 14. It's just unfortunate that the offense couldn't get going. But speaking of the offense, let's talk about it here. I think their offense, and this is after watching them a lot here, but I feel like their offense really centers around this player here, and that is their utility player, leading rusher, junior Sophia O'Donnell, one of the best utility players in the entire state. She's had 143 carries, which is insane in flag football, but has went for 1,436 rushing yards and 15 rushing touchdowns. Also has 368 receiving yards and 5 touchdowns on only 26 receptions. She is an explosive athlete. If you want to shut down this team, you got to find a way to stop O'Donnell. And even then, I mean, I've seen her face some tough fronts against some good linebackers and whatnot, and she would just spin out or juke out, and once she sees open space, that's at least a clean 15 or 20 yards right there, if not more, if she's not going to the house. And so she's definitely somebody that is extremely dangerous, and you gotta look out for her. A lot of this offense runs through her. But then you have the passing game here, starting with their freshman quarterback Zoe Fink, who has had a very efficient season, 2,647 yards, 74 completion percentage here, 44 touchdowns, so 14 picks, also 416 rushing yards and 2 rushing touchdowns. I was very impressed watching her throughout the season. She has looked extremely, and I mean extremely polished out there, more than some quarterbacks that we've seen that are a little bit older. She has made a lot of the right decisions and whatnot. Even in that tough game against Mountain Vista, I didn't exactly hate her decision making. I thought she made some great plays. They were just unfortunately either slightly off the mark or the receivers dropped it. And that's just a bad game, right? You could get over bad games here, but she's very consistent. I have told my co-hosts and the other people on the podcast, but she reminds me a little bit of a young Tom Brady. Not maybe greatest athlete in the classification, but one of the sharpest ones, and definitely somebody who could be the face of Colorado flag football here in the next couple years. So it's really exciting to see her play. But it helps with some of the pass catchers she has, including Sophia O'Donnell, who will be there another year. But the number one receiver for them, at least statistically, is a sophomore in Sydney Matthews, who has 67 receptions, 722 yards, 9 touchdowns. She's had some nice catches this season. You also have 2 seniors here in Nicole Cook, who has 72 receptions, 525 receiving yards, and 10 receiving touchdowns. And then you have Jamie Baum, who has 50 receptions for 462 yards and 10 receiving touchdowns. Jamie Baum being, by the way, listed at 6'1", one of their taller receivers. I mean, they have some tall receivers in general out there. Matthews is another taller receiver for them, I feel, which is just tough to stop as well. So they got some players out here for sure. And this is a team that when they're rolling on offense, I mean, they could put together some very efficient long drives. They're not going to be rushed or anything. They're going to control the pace of the game. Honestly, reminds me a lot of old school Patriots offenses. And this is why I compare Zoe Fink to Tom Brady in that playing style sense. But old school Patriots offense where they're going to run the ball, they're going to throw a great quick game, and then when there's an available shot in 1-on-1, they're going to take it, and it's going to be accurate, and it's going to hurt too. So this is definitely a Chaparral team that offensively they could just control that pace, and then defensively they're definitely good enough to force some tough turnovers. And when they do, and an offense has a short field, usually they take advantage of that. Now I will say that loss to Legend is definitely concerning, and then them losing that lead to Mountain Vista is tough as well. That's a game that they probably should win, but you got to remember, I mean, this team, they got a lot of younger players over there, and it was just tough how it went down, but they do have some more experience, and so I'm not super concerned about them yet here, but they play North Glen in the first round. Let's talk about the matchup. Let's make predictions here, actually, and let's start with Gino. He says this. He's going with Chaparral. He said the Wolverines are too well coached to lose this early. Give me Chaparral in this one by a few scores. And yeah, I think I got to go with Chaparral as well. They're just really deep. North Glen, they got some talent. They have a good core, 7 or 8 players deep, but Chaparral, they got an offense that could beat you in a couple different ways and is patient, and they're very well coached. They have a defense who is solid. They're going to force some turnovers here and there. They're going to challenge some teams, and they're definitely not to be slept on, especially considering the strength of this schedule. And so for now, I mean, we got to go with Chaparral, at least this early on. They've went through kind of a gauntlet of games in the regular season. I think that's going to pay off for this young team. So we're both going with Chaparral there. Now, let's go ahead and move on here. We got Doherty versus Douglas County here. Let me go ahead and talk about Douglas County first. I've seen both of these teams at least twice. But you know, with Douglas County, they are currently sitting at 9-5. I don't think that record really reflects where they're at. Their first 3 games might be the toughest games that anybody has had to face here, or at least some of the toughest anybody has had to face early on. But they faced Mountain Vista, who they lost to 33-0. Valor Christian, who, to their credit, it was close, 14-7, but still a loss. Then they lost to Legend 25-6 there. And then they would go on a pretty big winning streak here. I believe an 8-game winning streak where they beat Ponderosa, Cherokee Trail, Eagle Crest. Those weren't close. They would beat Rock Canyon in kind of a close one, 27-20. So there you go. But then a week later, they play Regis Jesuit, and they beat them by 2. That was like probably the first game where we were like, oh, okay, this Douglas County team, they could play a little bit. You know, that's a talented team over there. And then they played Heritage. I was at this game, and they played them in an absolute thriller where Jillian Cabral had a signature game, in my opinion, and they won that one 27-24 off of a nice goal line stand. They then beat Highlands Ranch 20-12. They avoid the upset with Thunder Ridge and beat them 34-12, which is very impressive considering who they've beat. And then they played Mountain View. I was able to go to this game at Mountain View, by the way, And, it wasn't that bad. They did end up losing to them 40-14, but they had their opportunities. The offense just started way too cold, in my opinion. And then defensively, there's only so much you could do when your offense isn't producing as much as they can. So that's a tough one to lose, 40-14. They then bounced back and beat Ponderosa 21-18. And then against Chaparral, they didn't play bad, only lost 27-18, which I think you should definitely be able to feel good about. Now, looking at this team, let's start on the offensive side of the ball here. Their quarterback, Jillian Cabral, I think she's big time. She is currently a junior, super underrated. I think going into next year, she will be one of the top senior quarterbacks in this state. She has a lot of talent. On the year, though, threw for 1,699 yards, 17 touchdowns to 19 picks. Did run, though, for 692 yards to 8 touchdowns. So not bad at all. She's a little raw, like I said, but she isn't going to shy away from making a play. That is for sure. I was able to see her best game, I think, or one of her best games against Heritage, where she ran for 3 touchdowns. Also had, 132 passing yards, 1 touchdown, 1 pick. Which that pick was unfortunate. I think it was off of a tip as well. But she does have some talent, and I like her game a lot. For Douglas County, she's going to produce for them, and she's a little bit of a wild card, but she has some talent, so a good dual threat for them. Now, some other players to keep in mind, and they have kind of a younger team. You have Kenzie Jones and Faith Turnbaugh. Each of them have rushed for over 300 yards, 346 yards for Jones, 345 for Turnbaugh. Both combined for 5 touchdowns. Those are 2 players that are going to get handoffs. They're going to try to settle down this offense, but I think in the playoffs, that probably becomes more of a short distance situation where you do those handoffs. Maybe they do a little bit of that option with those 2, but we'll see. Currently, their wideout 1 is a sophomore. That's Riley Covert. 44 receptions, 662 yards, and 8 touchdowns. You also have Addison Lemp as well. The senior has 43 receptions, but 300 less yards, 314 yards, but 7 touchdowns. So, you have a couple players for them, but I do think this is a team that has been able to run the ball pretty well on offense while slowly bringing along that passing game here. They have those 2 receivers. They also have Turnbaugh, who has 213 yards and 2 touchdowns, but they're going to try to run a lot of quick game, maybe a little bit of option there. Now on defense, Maria Dikalenko, the junior, has 104 tackles for them, followed by Covert, the sophomore, with 52 tackles. As far as rushing goes, they've combined for 44 sacks, so a pretty healthy amount of depth here. I think this rusher is very underrated in Alani. It's Alani. I think it's Alani De Leon, the senior. Excuse me if I'm saying that wrong. I feel like I am. But she has had 21 sacks here. She made some big plays when I got to watch her there. You also have Dikalenko has 8 sacks. Bowers has 6 sacks. So you have some good production there. As far as picks go, they've had 23 picks on the season. Dikalenko has 4 of those. She's just been a defensive menace for them. And then you also have Alexandria Smith, who leads in picks for them, interceptions with 6 for the juniors. So, they got some players over there. It's going to be interesting for them moving forward. Now, we got Doherty. I just got to watch them last week. If you were able to listen to my recap, you know that they just won that Southern Colorado League, playing a lot of 4A teams, but beating one of the best ones in TCA 13-7. That's big time. They're 11-2 on the season. I've only lost to 2 teams. One was to Ellicott, which I didn't even go to. I saw them beat Elizabeth, and then I was like, okay, they should beat Ellicott, and then they lost to them. So I don't know what that was about, but it was very early on in the season. It was like the first day of games. I'm not really that worried about it. Then they played TCA and played them close, 19-18. That is probably a game they could have won in that moment, which is not the cleanest offensive performance for them. Kind of got going a little bit too late in that game, just slightly too late in that game, in my opinion. But then they went on a winning streak, beat Coronado, beat Vanguard, beat Colorado Springs Christian twice in blowouts, beat Air Academy in overtime, but beat them 12-6. That's a team with some good talent. Then they beat Vista Ridge 21-2. In my opinion, even I felt like there were some scores that they left out there as well, so that could have been worse. And then they beat TCA, another game. Like I said, I feel like there's some scores that they left out there on the field, and it could have made that margin a little bit bigger there. So this is definitely an underrated team here. Looking at the squad, let's actually start on the defensive side of the ball first here. They are led by the linebacker Madison Medlin Wittenborn, who has 70 tackles on the season. Also has like 9 interceptions. I believe like 3 of those came in that TCA game. She was on fire, just making the right reads and doing a really good job playing that pass over there. And they have a nice quarterback, TCA does, in Kelsey Peterson. So it was very impressive seeing Medlin Wittenborn go out there and make some good plays. So gotta love that. And even now that I'm looking at the stats, I don't believe the stats from that TCA game was even loaded, so she definitely has more picks than that. So she's been big time for them. Then you have Alyssa Ramos, who we're going to talk about on offense as well, but in my opinion, she's probably one of their best athletes. 56 tackles, which is second on the team, and she plays corner, by the way, and she has 14 interceptions and 4 pass deflections. She's one of the best cornerbacks in the entire state. Just watching her play and go out there and ball out on the defensive side while also being utilized a lot on the offensive side was definitely big time. I think she's a player that could play college ball if she wanted to, which I'm just throwing out there. But a lot of speed, a lot of agility, very disciplined. She really helps holds down that hold down that defense over there. You also have the sophomore Isabella Marquez, one of their other DBs for them. She's another speedster for them, I believe. 12 interceptions on the year. Also 17 tackles. Has been extremely productive on that back end. And then I don't believe these stats are updated, but then you also have the rusher Santi Keys, who, you know, she's just a junior, but in this last Southern Colorado League tournament and in those games, she really stepped up, got a whole bunch of sacks here. She's also really fast, just looking at her track times, which makes a lot of sense. But, you know, she was all over the place for them, getting interceptions. She got a big pick 6 for them to help seal that game, I want to say, against Vista Ridge. She was in the face of these quarterbacks all night long, and I think she is one of the better rushers in the entire state. So this defense altogether, and those are just a few players I wanted to name off there. You also have Neela Thompson, a sophomore who has 6 picks as well, but those are just a few players I wanted to highlight. Just an extremely talented group here that, you know, I thought matched up really well against TCA and forced turnovers. Like, that's a good offense over there that went toe-to-toe with Valor, and Valor's defense struggled with them, and that's a good defense that Valor has. So I think that's definitely telling while looking at Doherty and whatnot. Now on offense here, this offense has definitely evolved as the season went on, but you have your quarterback, a sophomore, Neela Thompson. She threw for 830 yards, 15 touchdowns, 10 picks, also had 335 rushing yards and 6 touchdowns. She can run a little bit there, but I do think she has an arm. When in rhythm, she could find her receivers very well, and they do a lot for her as well too. So I think she is somebody that's only going to improve as a passer and could surprise some teams here in the playoffs. Not me, but definitely some teams for sure. Now, I think the main player that you gotta look out for if you're looking at this Doherty offense, though, is the senior Alyssa Ramos. 860 rushing yards, 14 rushing touchdowns. Also has 24 receptions, 243 yards, and 5 touchdowns. If you know anything about Doherty, they're going to find a way to get her the ball. Whether it's her getting handoffs, screens, going deep, crossing, whatever, you know, she's going to be able to do a lot. Because, like I said, I do think she's one of their best athletes over there. You also have Santi Keys getting some carries, 375 yards for 3 touchdowns there. But she could probably get a little bit more involved in the passing game. So there you go. And then you have Leilani Daniels, who has 7 receptions for 131 yards, 2 touchdowns. I don't think that is updated. I don't think some of these are updated, is what I'm thinking right now. But she's an athlete that stood out to me when I got to watch them play and whatnot, and I think she has some talent. So altogether, this Doherty team, they have a defense that can definitely sneak up on some teams who aren't familiar with their game, and they're going to force turnovers. And then on offense, they're going to control the pace. They'll take the shots that are there, but they're going to be playing very in control at times. Maybe a little bit preventative, I think, maybe. But at this point in the playoffs, you just got to do what you got to do to win. And honestly, that's what they did against TCA, and that's a team that pushed a team in Valor, who's the 3 seed in this 5A bracket, pretty far there. So I'm very impressed with this Doherty team, because I don't think Valor even played that well against TCA. So there you go there. But in this matchup, it's Doherty versus Douglas County here. Here are the predictions. Gino says he's going with Doherty. He says Doherty has played a lot of 4A teams due to their league and location, but I still think they have the athletes and defense to be able to win against Douglas County here. I'm going with Doherty, who has the hot hand after winning their league and beating a stacked TCA team in the championship. And yeah, call me a homer, but I am also going with Doherty here. After watching that defense, I think this is a defense that could definitely give Douglas County some issues there if they are not careful with the football. As far as defense goes, I don't know if that Douglas County defense is going to do a lot to force a lot of turnovers there. I think for Douglas County to win this game, their offense has to win against this Doherty defense. I think that's the premier matchup right there when you're looking at this team. And oh my God, they play right at 9 in the morning, which is great. A banger of a game to start, a very underrated matchup. But anyways, back to the prediction here. I think for Douglas County, they got to win on offense. Cabral, she has to take care of the football, but she's got to make plays. She has to really step up in this game here. And if she doesn't, then, we'll just have to see what happens. But I like this Doherty team. They have a lot of momentum. They have a lot of athletes over there too. So, some 5A teams are going to learn come Saturday, potentially. But, I think this will be a close game regardless. I don't think it's a blowout by any chance. I could definitely see Douglas County winning this one, but they're going to have to scrap. It's going to get real as far as playoffs go, and Doherty kind of already had a taste of that playoff atmosphere against TCA, so it's hard not to go with them right now, is all I'm saying. So there you go there. We're going with Doherty over Douglas County, but it'll be a close one for sure. Then finally, the last team we get to preview is Arvada West, the defending state champs from last year. They'll play the winner of Grandview versus Columbine. Man, let's talk about Arvada West. Got to watch them a lot here the last couple years. This is a team that has been to state each of the last 2 years. The first year they lost barely to Chatfield. The second year they dominated Cherry Creek. Let's just be honest with that. They dominated them and played great. Now this season they're 13-2. One of their losses to Mountain Vista, that was on the first day of the season. That was just kind of a game, in my opinion, that was a game that kind of got away from them a little bit there. They didn't play as well offensively as they could. Even against the Legend earlier on in the day, I thought they could have been a little bit smoother there. So that's tough for sure, but that's one of their losses. I think that matchup could look different later on in the playoffs, but we'll talk about that next week. Then they played Cherry Creek. Gino was at this game and they lost to them 27-18. This was a game that just kind of slipped out. They were in position to win it in the fourth and it just slipped away from them. And it was at Cherry Creek too, against a very talented team. If they were to play again, I think that could go a lot differently. But other than that, they've won a bunch of games here. 35-0 against Legend to start the season. 33-0 against Pomona. We saw them pick apart Valor Christian and Ralston Valley live. Myself and Gino both got to see that, and that was just a masterclass performance. Beat Chatfield 41-0, Columbine, Ralston again, Pomona again, Valor again by Wars 39-6. Then they also played some solid 4A teams in Green Mountain and Mullen, putting 42 on Mullen, and then against Green Mountain 25 on them, only allowing them to score a touchdown in that game. So this Arvada West team is very good, and you got to remember these are the defending state champs, so they're not just going to go away. So let's talk about the offense first, because I think this is one of the best offenses, most explosive offenses in the entire state. led by their senior quarterback, Sailor Swanson, who has a number of college offers, but has thrown for 3,825 yards, 66 touchdowns to only 6 interceptions. Also has 674 rushing yards and 7 rushing touchdowns. The offense runs through her. She has been the commander of this team for so long, and she is just a great quarterback, in my opinion. If we're doing comparisons and whatnot, I know I made that Tom Brady comparison earlier. I wouldn't quite say Tom Brady, but I've always thought that Sailor has played a lot like Joe Burrow. When she's on, she's on. She's going to throw it on the money. She's going to thread the needle. She's going to run when she needs. She reminds me so much of Joe Burrow, and I think it's very deserving as well. Now, Joe Burrow, even in college and now in the NFL, had his Jamar Chase, and that's easily Sarah Walker, who is one of the most dominating forces that this state has ever seen at wide receiver. 108 receptions. I think she might be the only receiver in 5A with over 100 receptions, now that I'm thinking about it, which is insane. But 1,282 receiving yards, 24 receiving touchdowns. The other thing that makes this insane is that you also have Molly Shellpepper. If Sarah Walker's Jamar Chase, this is Justin Jefferson, who has 84 receptions, 1,252 receiving yards, and 24 receiving touchdowns as a senior. So the same number of touchdowns as Walker, but she is absolutely tough to guard when they move her around, and she's tough to stop in space. Walker, a little bit more of the jump ball type of receiver. She's going to make physical plays, contested catches. Shellpepper, she's going to kill you in between the hashes. Run great routes as well and get open. And then even on top of that, you have the junior Santana Pena, who I've always thought is super underrated. 864 receiving yards, 11 touchdowns. Alyssa Alberts with 273 yards, 3 touchdowns. You have the sophomore as well in Katie Hufford, who has 34 receptions for 200 yards and 3 touchdowns. So this is a very deep offense here. They are very good. This is a team that has played together for 3 years now. They have a culture of winning, and it's hard to deny that they won't make a deep run in the playoffs, especially considering how many offers all these players have. Sailor and Sarah both have a number of college offers. Molly Shellpepper should have a lot of those offers as well, in my opinion. Maybe to some different universities too, who may be needing receivers, because I think she's a great player for them on offense. But honestly, if it comes down to a 2-minute drill, this is the offense that you want to go find a way to get it done. They have the chemistry, they have the experience, they have the championship DNA, they have the swagger. This is just such a good offense. Now, let me chill out glazing the offense, and let's talk about the defense here, who I think has been very underrated, but very well coached over there, and so they've been great. And I think a lot of it starts with their freshman Harper Tillman, who we were first able to watch back in May, I want to say, playing for Team Full Gorilla at that red zone thing. Her brother's Saint Tillman, the younger one, who is making moves and is making some great plays on the level he's at. And then obviously we know Atticus Tillman, a safety for Arvada West, who's great and is one of the best players in the entire state. And so now you have Harper, who is just another one in the long line of great Tillman football players over there. And for this Arvada West team, for her to step in as a freshman and contribute right away is absolutely big time. Let's not get it twisted. Now, on the season, let's just talk stats. On the season, Tillman at linebacker, 75 tackles. That's the leader on the team there. She also has a sack, and then she is the co-leader in picks with 6 interceptions from that linebacker spot. Has a good nose for the football, and she's going to force plays there. She has gotten better as the year has went on, and I think she's a big part of this defense that, I mean, is super underrated. Like I said, at least top 10 for sure, maybe even top 8 in the state defensively. But, you know, she's going to bait some quarterbacks into mistakes, and with an offense like this, you cannot give this offense a short field. So there you go there. She's been big time for them. You also have the senior in Danica Rodriguez-Gonzalez, who have 56 tackles and has been very productive. 3 interceptions as well. Looking at the sacks and interceptions, this team combined for 51 sacks here. You have 3 players in double-digit sacks. And by the way, all of them are going to be returning next year, which is definitely scary. But you have Alex Anto with 14 sacks. You have Alyssa Alberts, I believe, with 16 sacks, a junior. Then you have Lily McReynolds with 18 sacks. They have a very deep rotation of rushers over there that are going to get after the quarterback, and they're going to force them to make mistakes with this linebacker and DB core that they have. So there you go there. But looking at interceptions, Harper Tillman, like I said, co-leading with 6 interceptions. But you also have Emerson Drake, another freshman. I think the only other freshman for this team. That is playing on varsity, that is, and she also has 6 interceptions. She had 2 against Valor, another 2 against Lakewood, 1 against Pomona and Green Mountain, so she's definitely contributed there. That's definitely a testament to how deep they are. Shell Pepper has 4 picks for them. You know, Sarah Walker has 3 picks for them. So this is a defense that I think maybe a lot of teams are not paying a lot of attention to, especially when you have as elite of an offense on the other side of the ball. But this is a defense that can win them another state championship in a row and could potentially begin putting together a dynasty with how young they are and how many players are going to be coming back next year. You know, that's going to be the cornerstone of this team. So we'll see what happens moving forward, but this is a very well-coached team here. Like I said, their only 2 losses are to Mountain Vista, who's the 1 seed, and then Cherry Creek, who is currently the 2 seed. Or, sorry, not the 2 seed. They're the 4 seed, because Arvada West is the 2 seed, and then Valor's the 3 seed. But they beat Valor, so there's that as well. So there's only 2 teams that they lost to, and there's a pretty good chance that they'll meet one of those 2 either in the semis or in state, or both, probably. So we'll just have to see what happens there, but this Arvada West team is as overpowered OP as it could get. So with that being said, let's go to our predictions. They'll play the winner of either Grandview or Columbine. This is what Gino had to say. The preseason favorites to win the championship was Arvada West, and they have absolutely lived up to the hype. There's no chance in hell they lose this early. Agreed. Honestly, even looking at this thing, so assuming they win, they would play the winner of Doherty Douglas County. I don't know if either team has the firepower to match them. I think the team that could give them the most issues maybe is Chaparral, because they have not played them. And there's some sort of, there's some unknown there for sure. You have Valor, but they've blown them out twice, and I believe the second time was a lot worse than the first time too. So I don't know if I love another matchup for them. But yeah, they could make a run just looking at this playoff bracket a little bit deeper here. And it does help that Mountain Vista and Cherry Creek, the only 2 teams they lost to, are on the other side of this bracket. So there you go there. But those are our second round matchups there. I think we've already previewed every playoff team, so we're just going to go ahead and get into predictions here. Let's go to the quarterfinals. So these are projected because me and Gino have different teams winning in the quarterfinals. I think some of them were different here. But in the quarterfinals, in one of them at least, we have Mountain Vista facing off with Thunder Ridge most likely. So a Highlands Ranch battle right there. Gino's going with Mountain Vista. He says Mountain Vista is stacked top to bottom with college level talent. They are led by potentially the best quarterback in the state, the best receiving center in the state, and a defense that simply gets the job done. Thunder Ridge is a team that could upset almost anybody, but Mountain Vista is one of those few exceptions. In case I needed another reason to choose Mountain Vista, these 2 teams played less than a month ago and Mountain Vista won 45-7. Yeah, I feel bad for Thunder Ridge because maybe if they were somewhere else on this bracket and not against a team in Mountain Vista, maybe they could upset somebody else, but I don't think they're upsetting Mountain Vista. It would have to take just a bad game from Vista for them to lose, which could happen, but we'll see what happens. So, moving on. Let's talk about Legend versus Cherry Creek. That'll be an absolute banger of a game, by the way, here. Gino's going with Creek. He said, I expect this game to be the definition of a dogfight Addy Beck at the helm of this Cherry Creek offense makes them a horrifying matchup for anyone, but Legend has one of the best defenses in the state with players like Jocelyn Huntsman and Ava Gavi anchoring them. Legend is definitely not the ideal opponent for Cherry Creek, but the Bruins are the overall better team though, and they are hungry and eager to avenge their state championship loss from last year. Legend's offense is unfortunately not as good as their defense, and I don't know how much offensive success they will find against Molly Durigi and company. Their offense output will ultimately decide this game because I trust their defense to at least give them a chance in this one, but he's going with Cherry Creek, and I'll also go with Cherry Creek as well. This is a team that's just rolling. Legend's defense will probably need to score for them to beat Creek, which is not out of the realm of possibility, but then you're also asking your offense to potentially have one of the best or at least cleanest games and most productive games of the season. At some point it gets to be too much to ask out of Legend here right now, and they also have a little bit less experience than Creek, so we gotta go with Cherry Creek in this one. Then we have Valor Christian versus Chaparral here. This is a very interesting game for a lot of reasons, but let me read off Gino's prediction. He's going with Valor Christian. He said this might be the most evenly matched game possible in the quarterfinals. This is another game between two teams that didn't face off in the regular season, so it makes it even harder to pick. I am picking Valor because I feel they are the older team and are more battle-tested than Chaparral. Receivers Savannah Prinzo and Alexis Wood form one of the best receiving duos in the state, and their quarterback, Faith Prinzo, has impressed all year with her dominance in the red zone, as well as her dual threat ability. It might be a different story if Chap would have beat Mountain Vista or Legend to end the year, but that is unfortunately not the case. The Wolverines could definitely win this game with their fantastic coaching and deep roster, led by freshman QB phenom Zoe Fink. But I think they're still 1 year away before they can make the semis. Chap has arguably the most promising young core in the state, so they will be fine either way. Now, I'm going to pick differently from Gino here, and I'm going with Chaparral here to go ahead and upset Valor Christian. Chap is definitely, they're sitting as the 6th seed, so this would be considered as an upset, as a Valor is the 3rd seed here. But, Valor hasn't seen this team before, and I'm just going to be honest, I just trust this Chap team a little bit more in crunch time. I know they're young, I know they're the underdogs, but when it comes down to it, I really do believe that this team could put together a long drive in a 2-minute drill to go win the game. I know the past couple weeks haven't looked great with them losing that rivalry game against Legend and then them blowing that lead against Mountain Vista. But eventually you get to the point where it's like, okay, we've been here before. This is the 3rd time we're playing a top 3, top 4 team before, and we can hang with these guys. We just got to do a couple things different and win it. And I think that is going to click in this matchup against Creek. Now, Chap, they're going to have, or not Creek, sorry, in this matchup against Valor Christian. Now, Chap, they're going to play North Glen. I think that's a little bit of an easier game compared to their last couple weeks here, so it'll be different facing a Valor Christian who is coming off a game against Ralston Valley, who has a solid team as well. I think is probably better than North Glen, honestly, and so it'll be interesting how they both approach it. But Chaparral, they're the younger team. There's not as much pressure there. Valor Christian, they're also a younger team, but they're a little bit older. They've been playing for longer, and they're also the 3 seed. So I think this is going to be a great game. It's going to be super close, but I got to go with Chaparral here. I think, if anything, this could potentially be a signature win for this young squad here, Zoe Fink and that team. So we'll see. For you to be a champ, you got to beat contenders like Valor, and I think they have that ability. So we'll see what happens there. And then our last quarterfinal here, I think me and Gino both agreed that it will probably be Arvada West and Doherty. And Gino said this. He's going with Arvada West. No offense to Doherty, but this one is a no-brainer. Arvada West has the best QB wide receiver duo in the state, the deepest receiving core in the state, and they already won state last year on top of that. It would take a collapse of epic proportions for Arvada West to lose this game to Doherty. Doherty is a promising team, though, and I expect them to be back in the playoffs for years to come. And I do have to agree with that. I got to go with Arvada West. this team is really experienced, and they got so many weapons. Doherty just hasn't faced a passing attack like this. Even Douglas County is not the same passing attack as Arvada West. I think this is pretty safe to say, but Arvada West probably has the best passing offense, or at least one of the best in the entire state. You have Mountain Vista there. You also have Cherry Creek, but the difference is that those two teams haven't won state with their passing offense. Arvada West has. So we'll see what happens going into this game. Doherty might get a couple plays here and there, but as far as the just pure firepower that Arvada West has, I kind of feel like that's going to be tough for this Doherty offense to match. I'm not as worried about the defense. I think defensively, they could potentially stack up relatively all right. But offensively, I don't know if that offense against A West's defense is going to stack up all right. So we'll see what happens there. But those are our predictions for these first two rounds. Like I said, the first round should have already been played. So it'll be the second round and quarterfinals that we'll be talking about next week. And then some predictions from there. All right, thank you for rocking with us. I know this is a very long episode, so we really appreciate it. So I'll keep this outro pretty short here. Make sure you follow us at Playmakers Corner and leave a like, comment, whatever. We would love to interact with y'all. On top of that, make sure you vote in our polls. The 4A awards are now out, the finalists for those, and those polls will close on Friday, October 25th. You can vote on Twitter/X at Playmaker Corner, so make sure you go ahead and check that out. Next week, once all the polls and votes are in, we'll release a 4A end of the year awards episode, and then next week we'll do the 5A awards as well. So just be on the lookout for all that stuff, and to follow us, make sure you follow us at Playmaker Corner on TikTok, Twitter, Instagram. We really appreciate it. But until next time, you'll probably see us at playoffs. Feel free to approach us, but you'll hear from us next week.